Welcome everyone to Biodesign Challenge Summit 2022. Happy Juneteenth. Happy one day before summer. Happy one day after Father's Day here in the United States. We're so excited for this year's summit. I'm Dan Grushkin, the Executive Director of Biodesign Challenge.
Yeah. Hi, Dan. I'm Veena Vijaykumar, BDC's Program Director. This is officially our third virtual BDC Summit. Time is flying by very, very quickly. The BDC team would like to congratulate the participants on another successful year, filled with challenges and triumphs, as they have been. This year, we had 56 teams from 19 countries participating, and our students and instructors will continue, as they do every year, to be a beacon of light and inspiration for us. So we're very, very excited for you all to see what they've come up with this year.
Students, instructors, mentors, everyone watching around the globe, give yourself a round of applause. Every year, it's such a pleasure for our team to collaborate with you all in all our different capacities. You absolutely continue to inspire and uplift me, and the team. Before we jump into the next session, I would like to thank our partners and sponsors who made the challenge possible this year. So a big thank you to Ginkgo Bioworks. This is Ginkgo has supported us every year that we've done Biodesign Challenge. This is our 7th year. And so we're especially excited because Ginkgo is sponsoring a prize for biological futures. Another big thank you goes to Science Sandbox. Science Sandbox has been a supporter from our early days and continues to make what we do possible. So thank you to Science Sandbox. A big thank you to National Endowment for the Arts, who's been with us since the beginning. This is the first year for Pangaea to join us, so we're super excited to have Pangaea as a sponsor. The Siegel Family Endowment, who's been working with us on our high school programming. So thank you to Siegel Family Endowment. And lastly, I'll give a thanks to Google, who partnered with us this last fall on the Biodesign Challenge Sprint, or the Biodesign Sprint, which went swimmingly well, and you're all welcome to check it out. And then, of course, last but not least, I just want to thank the team at Argus HD, who's working with us behind the scenes to make sure that all of our video and production goes smoothly.
Absolutely. That was a lot. Thank you, Dan. So before we begin, I'd like to go over a few logistical details. Similar to our past virtual summits, we've asked each student team to create a 5 to 10 minute video about their project and their research. We'll broadcast each team's video and then open up the floor to our judges so they could ask follow-up questions during our live Q&A. So throughout the week, we have 3 major ways for you all, our community members, to support the participants and engage with the rest of the biodesign community. First, you can vote for your favorite team to win the Community Choice Prize all week long. The link for the Community Choice Prize poll can be found on the Biodesign Challenge website, which is biodesignchallenge.org. Second, you can post about your favorite projects on social media. So if you're on Instagram or Twitter, we ask that you please use the hashtags BDC2022 and hashtag #GrowTheFuture and tag @Biodesign so we can amplify your posts. Lastly, we're hosting a virtual gallery show on Zoom this year. So this is a time and space where you can talk to students about their projects and mingle with other biodesign enthusiasts. The gallery show will take place on Wednesday, June 22nd, over 2 sessions. So the first is from 2:30 to 4 p.m. and the second is 4:30 to 6 p.m., both in Eastern time. So the gallery show is free. We hope that you'll join us and come support the students. So yeah, that's our intro, very quick. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Alex Kuzlowski, our partnerships director, to come on. There you are, Alex. Alex will be emceeing the rest of the morning.
Thanks, Veena. Thanks, Jan. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's really great to be here for BDC Summit 2022. I'm looking forward to the next 3 days of all these amazing videos. I'm pleased to kick off our first session. And the first video we're going to see is from Aalto University. So Jeff and Mark, whenever you're ready.
Look around you and try to notice how many items around you are made of glass. Indeed, this is one of the most versatile, transparent, and inert materials available, and its use has become indispensable in our daily lives. However, as the usage of glass grows, so does the amount of glass that must be disposed of. Roughly, only 20% of the glass produced worldwide is being recycled, and the remaining ends up in landfills that would almost take 1 million years to decompose depending on the land conditions. Also, when we take a look into glass production, it requires sand. Primarily, sand from riverbeds and seabeds, leaving coastline communities vulnerable to flooding and erosion. Every year, 50 billion tons of sea or river sand are needed to make glass across the world, which is double the quantity generated by all rivers together on the planet.
The entire production process necessitates labor and energy costs, from gathering raw materials to transporting and manufacturing glass, leading to a lot of CO2 emissions. As a result, we raise the following question: how could we develop a new material offering glass-like properties and be more sustainable in the long run?
To tackle this challenge with a circular perspective, we choose to connect ourselves with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 9 and 12, which advocate fostering sustainable innovations whilst ensuring sustainable production and consumption patterns.
When we looked into past studies on making transparent and light-diffusing materials from plants, we discovered transparent wood, a widely discussed material offering several advantages compared to glass due to its excellent mechanical properties, toughness, and light dispersion capabilities. However, the downside is that the synthesis process requires harsh chemical treatments and the use of non-biodegradable polymers.
Taking into account these shortcomings helped us to create a list of criteria that we wanted our product to meet, which includes low carbon dioxide emissions, non-toxic synthesis process, utilize biodegradable and bio-based materials, superior light dispersion properties, and water resistance. Our diverse team, comprising of students from a multidisciplinary background, hypothesized that we could create this new product by merging the porous structures provided by cellulose with a transparent material capable of filling these pores, and thus created our product Sirota, which in Finnish means to diffuse light.
To begin with, we started off by preparing solution of several different cellulose-based materials at varying weight percentage, including methyl cellulose, microfibrillated cellulose, carboxymethyl cellulose, and nanofibrillated cellulose, and allow them to undergo freeze-drying processing. Freeze-drying is a non-toxic process in which a completely frozen sample is placed under a vacuum in order to remove water from the sample. As a result, we were able to create an anisotropically aligned porous, see-through material which we can call as cryogel. After evaluating this cryogel, we discovered that the CMC cryogel offered the best properties that allows for maximum transparency while also allowing for a greater light dispersion.
The next stage is to infiltrate these pores with a solid transparent substance. We discovered that a compound called sucrose octaacetate fits perfectly with our requirements and is a crystalline, colorless and odorless substance which is often used as an inert ingredient in pesticides and herbicides. This compound commercially comes as a white powder, but when heated until its melting point, it transforms into a colorless liquid.
The molten solution of sucrose octacetate is infiltrated into the pores of the CMC cryogel by subjecting this to vacuum conditions for 3 cycles and is then allowed to cool to re-solidify back. Our first prototypes didn't deliver the best results, but they did assist us in identifying areas that could help us improve our product. After much testing, we were able to achieve success with our final prototype. Compared to conventional glass, Sirota is biodegradable and offers superior light dispersion properties. It is also water resistant according to our initial tests and can be synthesized in a non-toxic manner with very low CO2 emissions in its life cycle.
We envision several potential applications for Sirota, particularly as building materials which can not only cut down the CO2 emission involved during the production, but also reduce the energy cost by reducing the need for artificial lighting inside home and other buildings. Another application which we find to be promising is to use Sirota as future greenhouses materials. Sirota's light dispersion property, in particular, could lead to a much higher crop yield in greenhouses, as the study have shown that dispersed light as opposed to direct sunlight leads to a greater exposure of the leaf surface to light, resulting in less stress for the crops. The same property can also be exploited for use on a wide range of optoelectronics, like solar cells, where Sirota can act as a top layer instead of glass, and its light dispersion capabilities can contribute to higher operational efficiencies.
The future challenges which we hope to address and improve with Sirota are to increase the synthesis process efficiency, its transparency, UV light blocking potential, and its durability.
The outcome we hope from Sirota is to address some of the pressing issues present with using conventional glass today,
and advance the transition towards a sustainable and regenerative future.
At the end of the day, sustainable transitions require innovative solutions to address challenges at the foundational level.
And once we have done that, the opportunity to expand will naturally follow. Thank you so much for your attention today.
Judges, when you have a question, please feel free to turn on your video. And students do join us from Aalto. You can turn on your video. Denise, you're up first, please.
Hi, lovely video, thank you. I have a question about the construction tolerances for this. If you're proposing that it would be used in building materials, how does it respond to freeze thaw and the different constraints you have in terms of really tight construction dimensional tolerances?
Hey Denise, thank you so much for that question. So currently we have created a new material and we were not able to proceed along with doing detailed strength tests. But if I have to categorize on how the material is, it's not very brittle in nature and it can withstand a good amount of force when we are trying to put pressure with our hand. And directly at the moment, we need to do further tests in order to exactly give like a quantified value on how much it can withstand. But in our estimations, we feel that we could further improve our process efficiency and increase its toughness as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret, you have a question?
Oh, I thought I was third. Well, I was curious about the sort of that tensile strength and also heating and cooling. This is it's interesting to me that this is really a natural polymer, right? You've created a polymetric material, but from cellulosics, and which is sort of an older. It's a new approach that actually has a long history. If you look at polymer chemistry. All right, so I'm going to switch completely from that, though. I'm curious about the users. How are you thinking you'll incorporate this into new building materials and get people on board with using a new material rather than glass has such a long history? We're used to it. We have modes of putting it into our buildings. So how might you engage with users? Have you talked with anyone to see what they think about the material? Things like that.
Okay, maybe I can take this question. So, as this new material, as Arabi mentioned, like we combine like future-oriented ideas. So to point it out for the future user, for example, like greenhouses. So in order to tell about this material function clearly to them, or we focus on a more like natural way, also without a notice. Like for example, like we wanted to switch the material, for example, like company choices by adapting like existing material for something like that. So we didn't speak with about user much, but yeah, so I hope it's answer your question.
If it's all right, I can add on to the same point. And I think one of the places in which at least our peers helped us identify some perks were the properties which were different from glass. So ideally speaking, we're not trying to exactly give a solution which says, here is a new glass, but we're trying to tailor some extra properties like more light dispersion. For instance, on a winter day in Finland, when there is sunlight coming to only one part of your room, the light dispersion can help you have much more natural sunlight compared to artificial lighting. And those are some of the properties which we intend to exploit by using Sherpa. Yeah.
So maybe targeted industries or targeted places rather than complete replacement. Okay, that's it. That's really interesting. Thank you. Great project.
And I would also like to add to that, we have the material is eco-friendly, which is really important for many people today. Plus also it's regenerates naturally. So all of the materials come from nature and it regenerates much faster than sand, which is used in glass.
Great. All right, judges, any other questions? Yes, Will, and then Anuja. Go for it.
Hi, great presentation, thank you. My question is about sharing process and results. It seemed to me from the video, this was a very methodical and thorough set of iterations that you did, particularly around all the testing. So I'm wondering, could you or will you publish some of that for the benefit of other student groups or other people trying similar solutions?
Thank you for your question, William. For sure. I mean, that's something which we definitely intend to do, and we are very much excited to carry forward and see where this goes along. And if our instructors advise us, or if they're giving us some support on trying to see how we can publish our materials. One thing that our university is doing is definitely posting our videos and is publicizing how we are doing this process online. So in that way, yes, we are doing it. And we would like to also carry forward in any way possible in the future. Thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hi. So first of all, great presentation. Like William mentioned, I loved how methodical everything was, not just the research, but also your thought process in solving this problem. I love the fact that you had researched the transparent wood, because I remember many years ago when it came out, I was obsessed with that paper. So I'm really liking the way that you brought Sirota to ideation, and now you're trying to implement it. My question is, with glass particularly, it's an extremely energy-intensive material, one you've pointed out. Also in making products out of it, and then end of life. Similarly, now with your material, I was wondering, have you looked into creating like an LCA? How does it measure, apart from it just being a natural material? Have you considered the carbon emissions, and what are your thoughts on that? And power consumption, sorry, in actually manufacturing it and scaling.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Anuja. Since I have an engineering background, I can maybe address a few of the things that you're saying. So things with glass is that you need to heat the sand up to 1700 degrees Celsius for first melting it and then going along. So which is why it's a very energy intensive process. On the contrary, for making our product, the major parts of where energy is going are our synthesis technique itself, which is in freeze drying and to just allow it to cool. And that's the only part where we are using energy. And contrary to glass, if we are able to procure, say, just an equipment of a large enough size to make a big cryogel, we can say that it would consume much lesser electricity than what would be necessary to heat something to 1700 degrees Celsius. So from that point of view, we feel that yes, it is much less energy intensive. And also, on the other hand, compared to transparent wood, as you had mentioned, this is a non-toxic process where we're not using any chemicals to try to remove something from the biomaterials. The only energy input is electricity. And in the future, with the integration of more renewables, if we are able to get more renewable energy into it, we see the process being much more eco-friendly than glass. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you.
And also we can acquire all the materials for our product really eco-friendly, nearly no CO2 emissions at all when it's done with green energy especially. So that will also help really much with the carbon footprint.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Denise, I think you're going to be our final question. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just wondering about if, in terms of scalability, what is the source of the cellulose that you imagine that you would be able to access at the scale for mass production?
Well, the cellulose can be acquired from large forest industry giants that make it already. So the amount to get what we need shouldn't be too big of a problem. It would much more be something need to be negotiated, of course. And especially when, at least in Finland, the normal amount of what we use for paper every year has gone down. So there should be at least some left over that could be used in our project at least.
All right. Thank you so much, team from Aalto. That concludes your presentation session. Thank you so much. Awesome job. We are going to move into our next video, which is from the Design Village, India. Jeff, whenever you're ready.
With a population of 1.3 billion, India still doesn't consider sex education a need of the hour subject and has been removed from the school curriculum by 12 Indian state governments as well. 98% of the population commutes through public transport daily, and sexual harassment still remains a major concern. To explore their curiosity about sex ed, people are dependent on resources such as the internet, workshops, and campaigns conducted by various organizations, or on formal education that isn't comprehensive nor accessible to every individual.
I was sexually abused as a kid, and it took me a while to open up about it. When I discussed with my family, I was asked to move on. 1 in 9 children face sexual abuse every day in India.
Being a child, my parents didn't allow me to play with the boys of my locality because they were concerned that I might turn into a boy and get attracted to girls. And also that no boy would like me if I am not feminine and graceful.
Every time there was any scene with sexual content playing on TV, my parents would quickly change the channel or ask me to go get them a glass of water to make sure that I don't see the scenes deemed inappropriate for me by my parents. Conversation about sex has always been considered as a taboo in my family.
According to statistics, 250 million of India's population consists of 10 to 19 years old. This age group faces challenges like sex abuse, STDs, mental health issues, fear of being disowned by their family, and many more. We aim to intervene at an age which has an open and curious mind to learn and would be the future of our country. We choose schools to be our place of intervention because they are space where a child enters in the anticipation to be educated. We conducted an interview to get a basic understanding of what people think about sex education and how aware they are about the topic.
From where did you get your sex education?
Porn.
सच में ये क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है अचानक से मतलब बैठ ये क्वेश्चन कौन पूछता है
Basically sex education is not very celebrated term in our country.
अभी वैसा कुछ किया नहीं मतलब पढ़ा नहीं है उसके बारे में तो वैसा जो स्कूल में साइंस सेक्टर या जो भी है कोई नहीं पढ़ता.
In general Google searches and mostly from comics.
I never got as it. There was no education given as such.
Sex education, Jesus, I had no. Okay, can you take it one more time?
Do you know the difference between gender and sexuality?
Sexuality is your identity which you identify yourself as a man or a woman.
Not quite sure about it.
I don't have a very deep knowledge about sexual identity and gender, but how far I see identity is something different and gender is something different.
So sexuality is what one would feel towards others, the type of people one would feel attracted to, and gender would be something that one feels for themselves and like how they want to identify themselves.
We introduce you to the first chapter about sex education. In order to start our ideation, we looked at a nature around us, not just from aesthetic point of view, but observed how nature can become a medium to make people aware of sex education. We were able to build links with a selective topic, sexuality, by drawing inspiration from rainbow eucalyptus. The colors on this tree show how people are expected to conform to social gender definitions. The iridescence phenomena on holographic film, which reflects numerous colors at different angles when sunlight reflects on it, is used to mimic the rainbow-colored features of the tree. The definition of sex, gender, and sexualities will be taught to children aged 10 to 15. The stories of LGBTQIA+ communities will be shared with the 16 to 17 years old. Climb up to the treehouse if they wish to share their story. A staff member will supply various colored leaves on which students can write their stories and experiences. Seed-infused handmade paper was utilized to make the leaves. The teacher will segregate those leaves with nasty or hate notes a week later. After that, the stories will be linked to the tree branches. The natural placement of the many colored leaves on various branches reflects the fact that sexualities are not associated with any specific color. Everyone is one of a kind individual. People will feel more inclusive as a result of installation because we are all branching out from the same roots and performing the same functions naturally. The leaves will continue to grow throughout time, indicating a growing community of people's life tales. The tree is a step towards sustainability because the seed-infused handmade paper leaves will change the gorgeous wildflower once they fall to the ground, and this cycle will continue for many years. taking inspiration from the lotus effect of maintaining the least contact with the water droplet due to its waxy hydrophobic leaves. The hydrophobic character of leaves with respect to the water is biomimicry. Consent is a multi-step procedure. As they approach the slide by wearing a suit made of linen, the slide tells the youngsters, "You will be climbing up the stairs. Would you be comfortable if I see you from below owing to my transparency?" If they reply yes, they can mount on the transparent slide. If they reply no, the slide will shut their eyes. If the answer is no, they will press the button on the jacket to inflate it. This suit will make sure that their body parts are not in contact with the slide surface. Alongside, the slide will twist towards its hydrophobic side coated with biowax for easy fall. After sliding, they can deflate the suit. Here the slide gives the message, the concept of consent and personal boundaries go hand in hand. While looking at what personal boundaries mean in relation to one's body and body parts, we came up with an interactive game called Consent Arena. The concept of the game revolves around getting to know one's comfort zones and then proceeding with an understanding of how you make others aware of the same. The game starts with one participant having control of one consent arena denoting 4 zones of contact of their body or personal space. The donor, by giving consent, can let other participants in the consent arena in a specified zone that can be either the zone of chest, butt, or waist. Once the number of participants inside the consent arena keeps on increasing, each participant outside needs the consent of all the members inside the arena to let themselves in. If consent has not been given, one can form a consent arena of their own, and the game continues till all the participants have found their respective arenas. Act of having an open conversation will help create an environment where sex education is not a taboo anymore, and there is no need to be ashamed of discussing or putting forward your answers and questions regarding the same.
What do you think is your sexuality?
For people's convenience, I let it be a man, my title to be as a man, but personally I do not believe in genders. So my sexual orientation is pansexual.
I think I'm bisexual.
When did this realization happen?
I think बचपन से ही पता मतलब
There were always sprinkled hints throughout my childhood.
Really good. I think that's when I first realized. So a lot of times I still masturbate using the jet spray, honestly. There are times when I do that. And I think that's when I realized is that it has never been a scenario where a guy has actually realized that. There have been times when I've tried telling that. Because everyone thinks that rocking too hard.
All right. Thank you, Team Design Village, Sex Ed. Judges, if you have a question, please turn on your videos. Margaret, please start us off.
Hi, a really interesting concept. So I'm guessing that this is at a conceptual stage at this point. Yes? I think that some of these, like the, what was it? The last consenteria, the sort of you're putting this device around you and you're talking about consent. That could maybe be prototyped with some simple materials, maybe. Have you tried prototyping these and seeing how, you've done a really good job with your field research from the beginning, but have you tried then using some of these, creating a prototype and seeing how people actually engage with some of the interventions that you've created?
Hi, thank you for your question. So right now, all these are at the conceptual level, and we are still working towards how we are going to prototype it. And adding on to that, and it will be actually very fun to see how people are actually going to interact with the consent arena, sexuality tree, and the consensual slide. So yeah, it will be going to be a fun experience.
Thank you.
Annie.
Team, I really appreciate the topic that you're addressing because I think the topic of sex education is so important globally. And I think one of the big challenges beyond the kind of social and cultural and sometimes governmental structures that are in place are, I think, the barrier to talk about what is considered stigmatized topics, right? Like, even with young girls, I think talking about menstruation is difficult. And to this day, in the US at least, naming body parts anatomically correctly is very difficult. And so I commend you on approaching these difficult topics. And I think some of my questions were similar to Margaret's, where I thought you did such a good job with the field research, asking people, where did you learn about sex? But I think one of my questions is, how do you, and I guess I should say that these are things that my students think about and I think about too. I think it's one thing to imagine a game or a scenario in which these things might be talked about better, but then being able to test it in small safe spaces might give you some feedback. Like, would someone actually want to play this game? It might be very vulnerable to wear such a large structure and then to invite people in. And so how might you maybe even heighten the metaphorical aspect of it instead of saying waist or butt, that maybe this goes back to the tree metaphor, like maybe you talk about leaves and branches, and this is not to bring shame into actually naming anatomical body parts, but I'm just thinking about if the story is about consent and maybe if you've had trauma in the past, maybe it's difficult to let people into the space to start with. It's actually, I was trying to imagine myself wearing this in a scenario in which maybe I'm playing with people I don't know and how vulnerable it is to allow someone to enter. And then with the sexuality tree, I think that there are so many things that are so lovely about it, but I was wondering about the relationship between the human and the tree. Like, could it be exploitative to the tree to like write on its leaves and to use it in this way? So I was also wondering, like, how might you imagine a scenario in which this relationship is not so human to plant direct? And so, yeah, maybe in terms of a question, were you able to engage in some users, or did you play this game yourself? And or maybe can you imagine a next step? And sorry that I'm saying so many things at once, but I also think that it might be useful for you to think of a specific age group too. You know, like you might teach differently to 5 to 7-year-olds versus 10 to 13-year-olds versus 15 to 18-year-olds. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So as per the consent arena, so the game was inspired from the game that we do play in India named Chain, also called Chain Tag. So the game, the concept of the game is already familiar with our Indian culture. It's just that with the help of that consent arena, we are also introducing the topics such as consent. And the player is... the player has a choice that they want the person to enter in the arena or not. So yeah, and if nobody is allowing the person to enter in the arena, that the person can form their own arena as well. So at the end of the game, basically everyone has to be inside one arena. And for the tree part, so we have segregated the information height-wise depending on the age group, and our target audience is 10 to 19-year-old. And the tree house also has the sexuality tree also has a tree house. So, and there will be a faculty in the tree house. So people can basically read the information, students, and they can go on the tree. And there the leaves will be provided in which they can write the information. And then after, like at the end of the day, the faculty will sort the information, because we don't want to spread any kind of hate message or any negative emotion. So yeah, and so that's the thing.
Adding on to that, as you were talking about the vulnerability of the situation, this is the reason we will be placing these 3 ideas in the school environment, because we know that is a safe environment for the student to learn. And we are choosing playground as the medium because in our country what happens is actually games are actually a very integral part of our growth. So we also don't want that anyone is going to preach, like come with a chart and okay, talking about the different body parts. We don't want this kind of a thing to happen. We want this to be a very passive and engagement. This is the reason we are choosing in a school playground.
Yeah, and there will be a faculty present in the ground as well. Yeah.
And one of the reasons for adding faculty in our idea is not just about कि they are here to assist, but it is also about because when we actually heard क्या होता है कि mostly जो faculties होती है, they are also not hesitate होती है उन लोगों को बताने के लिए information.
So what happens when you're there in the playground and the faculty sometimes tend to get hesitate while sharing the information with the students themselves.
So this is the reason we want to bring communities together.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, students. Judges, any final questions to the team? Margaret.
I'm curious. Thank you for that. Was a really good response to that last question. I'm curious. We're looking at this as a. I mean, I think this is very positive and can have a very positive impact. It's sort of a cultural intervention. How might you respond if there was negative impact or not negative impact, but negative response to your intervention?
So what we are aiming is, we actually have a dream. If everyone should have an open conversation about sex with anyone they want, without any inhibition. This is the dream we are aiming at.
And adding on that, this topic is such a big taboo in our country, so much so that our parents are absolutely unaware of the fact that we are doing a project on this topic, and we haven't even shared the meeting link with them. So we just don't want that this to be continued. We want that future generation should be open about it. They should go to their parents and share their problems with them instead of going to unethical sites and having misleading information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, students. Thank you, judges. We are going to move on to our next video. Amazing job, students. And our next video is going to be McGill University and Université de Montréal.
Our bodies require a healthy balance of electrolytes in order to function properly. And while our bodies are normally quite good at self-regulating, sometimes this balance can be thrown off. Among the different types of electrolyte imbalances that someone can experience, the most common ones involve sodium. Healthy sodium levels in the blood hover at around 135 to 145 millimolar, but levels that fall below this range are characterized as hyponatremia. Hyponatremia often occurs in hospitalized patients and in people who've taken part in an endurance sporting event, and depending on how severe it is, symptoms can range from headaches and confusion to seizures and even coma. Hyponatremia is typically diagnosed through blood or urine tests, which can be painful and uncomfortable for the patient. Unfortunately, a lot of other health conditions are also diagnosed using similarly invasive techniques. And that's where microneedles come into play. Microneedle patches are arrays of microscopic needles that can be applied to the skin in a minimally invasive fashion. While microneedle technology is still in its developing stages, it has potential for applications in drug delivery and biosensing. So, with all this in mind, we wanted to explore the exciting possibilities of what microneedle patches can do to facilitate the process of detecting sodium levels in the body. Introducing our project, MicroNA. MicroNA is a swelling microneedle patch that is meant to give a fluorescent readout of sodium levels in the body when applied. The patch is composed of a specific hydrogel formulation that will swell and absorb interstitial fluid. This is the fluid that's found in the spaces around cells, and studies have shown that the levels of ions in the interstitial fluid agree pretty well with the levels that are found in blood. By loading our microneedle patch with a molecule that can fluoresce in the presence of sodium, we have a simple detection platform that would ideally give us an indication of what the sodium levels are in someone's body. Over the past few months, our team of undergrads at McGill Biodesign has been hard at work in the lab to refine and validate our design. We've been operating under the supervision of Professor Davide Brambilla and his PhD students Sam and Alfonso at Universidad de Montréal. We've performed several experiments looking at the fluorescent detection of sodium, as well as the design of the patch itself. To begin, I'll pass it off to Zara to talk about the detection experiments.
Thanks, Anne. So, in the study of biosensors, there are two fundamental factors that must be considered: its sensitivity to the compound of interest, as well as its selectivity for it. For our microneedle patch, we selected a commercially available fluorophore called Corona Green, which is mostly used in studies of cell behavior. While there is data available for the ability of Corona Green to detect sodium, we wanted to validate it ourselves before moving forward with it. To start with, sensitivity is a measure of how well the fluorophore can detect different sodium levels. A good sensor will emit a predictable amount of fluorescence for the range of sodium concentrations that we want to test. We verified this by adding Corona Green to solutions of different sodium concentrations, and, as we can see from this graph, the data we gathered agreed with what we expected. Corona Green had a linear range of fluorescence intensity at physiologically relevant concentrations of sodium. On the other hand, selectivity is a measure of how well the fluorophore detects sodium in the presence of other compounds. To test this, we made solutions adding Corona Green to combinations of different cations found in interstitial fluid: sodium, which is our ion of interest, magnesium, potassium, calcium, and zinc. Again, the results showed that the other ions didn't significantly affect the ability for Corona Green to detect sodium. And so, with these experiments, we were able to validate the use of Corona Green as our fluorophore. Moving on, I'll hand it over to Lanan to speak about the design experiments.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'll be speaking about the work we did to fabricate the microneedle patches and combine them with the fluorophore we chose. While there was already a swelling microneedle composition being used in the Brambilla lab, one of the components contained sodium, which would likely interfere with the function of our patch. So we decided to try a composition that replaced the sodium with potassium and another composition that didn't use that compound altogether. We found that there wasn't a major difference in how the patch turned out regardless of the composition, so we settled with a formulation that didn't use sodium or potassium. We also used a fluorophore loading technique that was being used at the lab, and we wanted to see if there was an ideal loading time that would maximize the amount of fluorophore being transferred onto the patch while retaining the structural integrity of the needles. Based off of microscopy images of the loaded patches, we decided that the 60-second loading time was the best. We've also done some testing with pigskin using the microneedle patches that were prepared with our chosen parameters, and we noticed that the patches applied to the skin samples with higher levels of sodium had a greater fluorescence intensity than those applied to skin samples with lower levels of sodium. Some future work would include observing the fluorescence for a greater range of sodium levels to look at how consistent and how accurate the microneedles are at detecting sodium.
And I'm back. Thanks, Lanan. Now, taking a medical device from concept to clinic requires thorough testing and consideration of the medical, ethical, and regulatory frameworks that are in place. The work we've done with microRNA only covers the earliest stages of this process. There still needs to be further research conducted in order to confirm how effective the patch is at detecting sodium and how reproducible our procedures are, which can prove to be quite the challenge. The work we've performed so far, however, can serve as a proof of concept that demonstrates the potential of our design being brought closer to the market sometime in the future. If such a device does eventually become commercially available, we believe that it can have a positive impact in many regards. Due to their non-invasive nature and simple application process, microneedles present a more patient-friendly option for measuring levels of biomarkers like sodium and can also reduce the burden on healthcare providers by facilitating the process of monitoring the patients. While we don't expect or necessarily intend for microRNA to be some sort of panacea that'll help replace existing diagnostic techniques, We envisioned that the use of this product could also help reduce the amount of waste or energy that goes into a typical blood or urine test. The microneedle patch is quite small and made of biocompatible materials, and the required sample volume is much smaller than what a normal laboratory test would need. And since the goal of our project is to improve the detection and consequently the treatment of hyponatremia, we hope that such a device could help address the $1.6 to $3.6 billion annual burden associated with the treatment of hyponatremia in the US. Overall, through the work that we've done with this project, we hope to contribute to the advancement of technologies that can remove barriers that are currently in place for people to better access medical care. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome, students. And we already have a question. Gigi, please take it away.
Thank you. That was a great presentation and a very interesting concept. So thank you very much for doing that. I was wondering if you could, I know that this is in early stages, but talk about what kind of like reader you would need to have for such a detector to be able to make sense of the levels that you're seeing, and also some of the usability concerns, like how painful would this patch be? Would it be painful? Would it be acceptable to the patient wearing it?
Yeah, I think I can take that question. So with the reading currently, what we've done in the lab is that we've looked at the patches under a fluorescence microscope. And we do understand that especially if we want to implement this in hospital settings, that might not be the easiest equipment, I guess, to obtain for hospitals. So that's something that we would be looking into further. As of now, we just wanted to see whether the patch would have a detectable reaction with sodium. And so maybe some potential ways to go about this in the future is to maybe look at other types of detection. It could be like electrochemical sensing, it could be colorimetric maybe, or we could have it be readable using like a fluorescence plate reader. We would be looking at the possibilities of that. And in terms of the, I guess the amount of pain that someone would experience. So because of how small these microneedles are, they shouldn't reach the nerves actually. So it should be a relatively painful process, although because we're using a swelling composition that will swell when it comes into contact with the interstitial fluid, I don't know if that would affect the patient experience. Yeah.
Thank you. Denise. Oh, you're on mute, actually.
Sorry. Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, you talk about hyponatremia being the stimulus for this product. And it seems to me that the people who get hyponatremia get very, very sick because they don't go to a doctor soon enough because they don't understand what's happening to them, which makes me wonder if this wouldn't be a product that would be better suited to everyday use, a sort of over-the-counter situation. And in that case, how would you communicate distribution and the legibility of the reading so that if somebody was sick, they would know that they could just go drink some Gatorade and get over it. It seems to me there's a kind of rift between this desire to limit the fear of needles and the pain aspect and the targeting of hyponatremia. So if you could talk about that a little, it would be great. Thank you.
I guess I can talk about that again. So with hyponatremia, it occurs at a surprisingly high rate, I believe, in hospitalized patients actually. And so generally there will be comorbidities or people who are in the hospital for different reasons, as they're receiving treatment, as they're getting IV fluids and stuff like that. Generally hyponatremia occurs in those in that group of people. And so we do believe that the hospital setting would be the best place to have this because it just happens a lot more in those kinds of patients. We haven't quite considered about the usability of this, I guess if it were an over-the-counter thing, because, the average person doesn't have a fluorescence microscope or a fluorescence reader. But I guess as this microneedle technology in general just continues to develop over the years, because I think I mentioned in the video, it's still, I guess, in the earlier stages, I'm guessing there would be some more technologies that can be developed to allow for the readout to be easy to see for the patient themselves. Yeah.
thank you. Judges, any final questions for the team? Yep. All right, we are going to move on to our next video. Thank you so much, McGill and Universidad de Montreal. Our next video is going to be Ataria Uniandes.
Estamos a un sol de hacer la diferencia. Although we may not be aware of it, electricity has always been with us. In fact, it is not a human invention. When we talk about electricity, we are talking about nature. Whenever lightning strikes in the sky and manages to illuminate darkness, we can perceive electricity. When we talk about fish like the Nile thunders or electric eels, we are talking about natural electricity. These are not intervened by human hands. They are called primary energies. We have learned to use energy from different human activities, daily activities of great importance in our lives. Can you imagine a life without this? It is easy, but now without this? Electricity is so ubiquitous in our lives that we sometimes forget to take care of it.
But what is the dark side of electricity? It is true that electricity does not cause as much visible pollution as fossil fuels. However, when we examine its change of productions, we start to see its significant damage to the environment. Electricity is obtained from the transformation of other types of energy through the use of alternators or generators. During the synthesis of primary energy into traditional electrical energy, a series of physical and chemical changes take place that are polluting the environment.
The consumption of natural resources is a major problem in electricity's traditional chain of production. This indiscriminate consumption leads to the destruction of the environment due to the exploitation of natural deposits, which implies soil erosion, loss of vegetation and biodiversity, and water and soil pollution. We are concerned about the burning of fossil fuels, which generates greenhouse gas emissions that negatively alter the environment. We should also consider the damage caused through the use of water for power plant cooling, water that returns to the environment with higher temperature than naturally found, producing considerable effects on the aquatic flora and fauna.
We can ignore the generation of waste, such as the ash-producing combustion plants, or radioactive waste from nuclear power plants, which are the most difficult to treat due to their high levels of toxicity. The importance of addressing these polluting aspects is evident. It is time to increase investments and research to create new forms of renewable energy that produce less polluting and dangerous emissions. Estamos a un sol de un futuro más sostenible.
In Peru, we are developing new forms of renewable electric energy. In the south of the country, we can find 5 solar power plants with production capacities between 16 to 20 megawatts. The International Renewable Energy Agency of Peru states that the cost of electricity productions of these renewable energy sources has decreased significantly. This leads to broader access to solar energy between the Peruvian population, even reaching a comparative price to that of fossil fuel energy such as coal, natural gas, or oil. Even though the cost is decreasing, however, we cannot ignore the fact that a high percentage of the Peruvian population does not have access to electricity in their homes. We highlight the lack of service or the costly payments in Arequipa, where families pay an average of 100 to 130 sols per month in electricity. This is due to the price of $0.207 per kilowatt hour, while the average world price is $0.135 per kilowatt hour, according to the global petrol prices. In addition, according to the National Institute of Statistics and Informatics, 13.5% of the population did not have access to the service until 2021.
To what extent does access to renewable energies mean an improvement in the quality of life of Arequipa residents?
We see renewable energy sources as a first step to social and environmental change in Arequipa, Peru. We will start this path to the future with the use of solar energy as a pillar for our project Vespa do Sol.
We believe that as citizens, we are not making use of all the benefits that our geographical context offers us. Arequipa is a place with little cloud cover. Moreover, as mentioned by the engineer of National Hydrology and Meteorology Services of Peru, Jose Luis Ticona, radiation levels are between 14 points and 16 points, while in months like January and February, levels up to 19 points are recorded.
Maria Plotkin, PhD at the Department of Physiology and Pharmacology of Tel Aviv University in Israel, discovered and uses sunlight to carry out its metabolic functions and processes, as well as some vital functions such as flight. This is due to the oval shape of the body. The abdomen, here, was have 15 kilolamellae stacked from highest to lowest density. In these kilolamellae, many irregular melanin polymers are found. According to Plotkin, this pigment produces an anti-reflecting effect, diffracting light and increasing the absorption of solar radiation by 5.1% and converting it into electrical energy through source of photons.
This conversion to electrical energy happens because of the organization of 50 Kirin sheets in the hornet, being stacked from thicker to thinner, entering the interior of the hornet. This generates a multiplication of reflection, where another pigment called xanthopterin receives this radiation and converts them into electrical energy. Vespa do Sol is an omnidirectional device that allows the collection and transformation of solar energy into electrical energy to provide families in Arequipa with the opportunity to have access to renewable energy. This device, which seeks to democratize access to electricity in Peru, is based on 3 principles of Vespa Orientalis.
In the first place, we can find pigments inside the hornet. There are successive layers of both xanthopterin and melanin pigments. Melanin prevents the wax from receiving too much heat, thus allowing it to stay in the sun longer, while xanthopterin absorbs sunlight and transforms it into electrical energy useful for the metabolic activity of this insect. Then, we find the principle of refraction, where both the brown and yellow cuticle function as diffraction gratings, allowing them to capture 99% of solar radiation to increase the potential by 5.1%. The third principle concerns the formal configuration of the hornet. It is an oval hornet, and this omnidirectional anti-reflecting shape allows the xanthopterin pigment to capture solar radiation from any angle, thus ensuring maximum absorption.
Based on these principles, Vespa do Sol is initially formed according to the omnidirectional shape of the hornet. Thus, solar radiation will be absorbed from any angle by 4 layers of transparent graphene. These layers ensure gradual reflection of the radiation, so it can be captured by a layer of xanthopterin pigment. Graphene will replace the original chitin layers in Vespa Orientalis without affecting the internal reflection. Additionally, this substance eliminates degradation and moisture problems inside the device, adding value to ecological aspects. However, xanthopterin is a biological resource that we cannot replace, since it is a semiconductor and a molecule that make it possible for our solution to work effectively. Simply put, there is no better enzyme that can perform this solution. After having captured the radiation, this energy will pass through an underlying layer of silicon, a chemical that allows the energy charge of electrons in its structure to increase. This is how Vespa do Sol will generate electricity.
Finally, a layer of rust will facilitate a conduction of electricity through cables to a battery to store energy and provide electric power to Arequipa's homes. We believe that Vespa do Sol is a viable option to promote ecological sustainability, allowing us to minimize the environmental impact caused by electric energy. The natural world provides us with a source of natural energy every day, It is our responsibility to be grateful for this source and make the best use of it, to offer a better quality of life to humans and to take care of the environment. Estamos a un sol de hacer la diferencia.
All right, welcome. Sorry. Welcome, team Ataria Uni Andes. Judges, when you're ready, please turn your cameras with some questions for the team. I love your backgrounds, team, by the way. They look great. Margaret.
Okay, so I might need you to walk me through this device a little bit. So let me see if I understand. It's a device that's it's both inspired by a particular hornet and also uses a chemical that's found in this hornet, this xanthopetrine. I wrote it down quickly, so I don't know if I got it quite. And you're creating electricity through this device it's graphene, this chemical from the hornet, silicone, and brass. Is that correct? Okay. I guess I have a couple questions in terms of, well, one, have you built this device? Does it work? If it does work, how much electricity can you actually expect to get from this? And then since it's using a particular chemical from the hornet, how scalable is this?
Okay, thank you for the question. So first, to say, we didn't have built this device because we didn't have the opportunity to, but Ataria Uni Andes has given us the opportunity to build the first prototype of this solution and test all our theories. So we will be testing these things as soon as possible. And second, we hope that this device can generate electricity to maybe to charge a laptop, or also I hope not too far future to provide the principal resource of electricity in every house of Arequipa. And that will be, we will be improving this by testing how this works. But we have all the scientific information, we have investigating many things, so we only have to prove it.
Okay, thank you.
Judy.
Hi, can you, great presentation and good answer to the previous question. Can you talk a little bit about what you would like to do next? If you had more time.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't hear well.
Just ask you to what you would want to do next. You know, what is the next step if you had more time? What would you like to have done?
Oh well, we, like I said, we want to test the theories as soon as possible, as something that we will do as maybe in this month or the next month, and then I hope not too far future to see this invention in every house of Arequipa, for every citizen, and to providing the principal resource of electricity for everyone, because this solution is giving us a new perspective of the solar energy, because now solar energy is not only a support for being more eco-friendly. We see this solution, we see this solar energy as something that can be the solution to save the planet.
Thank you.
Denise.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering a little bit about the materials that you're inputting into this device, and have you considered their environmental impacts and efficiencies? We all know that solar uses quite a lot of water, Peru has issues with, water availability. And I'm wondering about the brass and some of the other materials. Have you considered the sourcing of those as part of this proposition? And if you could talk about that for a minute, it would be great. Thanks.
Well, we use graphene, some soldering, and heating as the main materials because they are biodegradable and ecological. If we take graphene as an example, we can say that it's practically not pollution because according to the studies, it is poor carbon and is strongly dirty for nature. So in simple words, they do not cause pollution or impact negative on the environment.
Well, additionally, we use some soldering, which is a yellow pigment found in this wax that collects solar energy for transformation. And this is a great advantage because it allows the use of natural resource, that in this case is the sun.
All right. Thank you so much. Judges, if there are no more questions, we will move on to the next team for this session. Thank you so much, Ataria students. Great job. All right, our next team is going to be Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences.
Humankind is sort of obsessed with hair. Ever wondered why our hair grows infinitely when almost no other creature's does? Could you imagine if a sloth's fur grew like that? But its value seems to quickly fade when it leaves our head, and desire is replaced with disgust. Our mission as a group is to discover the value of hair as a material by using the unique properties it could offer. We were first inspired by human hair mats that were being used to absorb oil spills. Along with oil absorption, what other qualities are we letting go down the drain when we waste this precious resource? But first, let's detangle the ethics of using hair. It can be a controversial material, as it contains DNA and it's culturally significant. For example, Yao women in Huanglu, China, wear the hair of their ancestors as a headpiece. Their cut hair is seen as holy and a valuable gift, unlike the tons of hair most of us just discard. Can society learn to value the hair the way these women do? But why is using human hair considered so unethical when the exploitation of animals is normalized for the sake of fur or wool? The hair we create doesn't harm us, and it would be wasted anyway. We deem it important to establish a system where consent can be acquired from people by the hairdressers. Just imagine if all our biological waste could be reinvented into something we could use. What's more sustainable than self-sustainable?
This is our problem. 72 million kilograms of human hair that end up in landfills in Europe per year. Accumulating hair waste can cause environmental problems. The chemicals in our hair from our environment, products, and medications can pollute the soil and water. Burning human hair produces toxic gases. So, how can we tackle this hairy issue?
For our project, we used only waste hair, so we went straight to the source. Hairdressers in our community, fortunately, were more than willing to donate their hair clippings.
But what are the properties of this hair waste? That's the question we were curious about. We wanted to get to know hair as a material. So firstly, we needed to experiment with different techniques. We tried felting, punching, spinning, and knitting hair. When we had some materials, we could start testing the properties. And we discovered that hair can hold double its weight in oil and is comparable to the strength of steel. To make it understandable, the combined hair of one head can support the weight of 2 elephants. We then wondered, could this strength be used for reinforcing building materials? But of course, there are several hair types. So we experimented with both straight and textured hair to have a holistic understanding of the diverse qualities. We quickly found out that most of the hair waste consisted of short hair fibers, and those were harder to find applications for. But we really wanted our product to use all fiber lengths.
We then had an eye-opening interview with Alix Bizet, a designer who'd been working with human hair for the past 4 years. She especially encouraged ideas that had to do with hair-reinforced building materials.
Because, unlike hair fabric, building materials have a much longer lifespan and wouldn't be thrown away into landfill just expected to biodegrade.
On top of that, all fiber lengths can be used for the making of building materials. That's what we want, so we decided to focus on the building industry. We came upon a research article with an interesting conclusion. Human hair decreases microcracking in concrete, thus increasing its strength, durability, and shock absorption. So, how about anti-microcracking shock-absorbing bricks? Well, you're maybe asking yourself, where would you need that? Well, earthquakes. Look at the Netherlands, for example, where we are from. In Groningen alone, 4 earthquakes over the past 15 years occurred with a magnitude of 3.8. So, having bricks with these properties would be a more sustainable solution. To make the clay bricks, we had to knead the hair into the material. For the cement bricks, we laid down different lengths and types of hair into a mold. Then poured a 1 part cement, 1 part water mixture over it.
Our goal is to find more sustainable alternatives for cement.
Et voila, you got some super anti-microcracking shock-absorbing bricks.
But what else can we do with this raw material? We went back to the origin of hair, our head. And why is it there? As an insulator, of course. That's it. Let's try hair as an insulation material. It has the quality of keeping you warm, just like wool, which is still being used by Mongolian nomads for floor and wall insulation. We found out that the insulation currently used in the West is damaging the environment. So we decided to try hair as a sustainable alternative. You know what also helps? Hiding the hair in insulation material also eliminates the unsettling reaction people have towards it.
It feels horrible, to be honest.
Who would benefit from human hair insulation? At the industry level, waste hair insulation would bring down the cost of production and local sourcing would decrease transportation costs. Mineral wool, currently used for insulation, causes irritative symptoms as opposed to human hair. The end user profits from cheaper insulation. They wouldn't have to learn any new habits since insulation looks the same on the outside. In fact, maybe even an extra income source might arise for hairdressers or individuals who'd be willing to sell their hair waste to insulation manufacturing companies.
Someone who already makes sustainable insulation is Catherine Larson. She gave us great advice on how to conduct an insulation experiment. We measured the time it takes an ice cube to melt on top of straight hair, textured hair, wool, and a control.
Now we know that textured hair is the most efficient insulator and all hair was better than wool. This gave us a great prospect on using human hair as an insulating material. To felt the clippings together, we created a foundation of longer natural fibers for stability. We used nettle fibers, which is local to the Netherlands.
So how does it work? Well, air molecules become trapped within the felted hair. This restricts their movement and slows heat loss through convection. Hair also adapts to humidity, which is really important for insulation materials. What makes human hair insulation so great for the environment? Well, firstly, we're finding a way to use an existing waste stream, so nothing needs to be harvested, produced, or manufactured. Next, hair is replacing less ecologically friendly insulation materials like mineral wool, fiberglass, or styrofoam. And finally, good insulation is crucial for sustainable housing. Improved insulation lowers greenhouse gas emissions by decreasing the use of fossil fuels. Can you believe that in the EU, 64% of energy use from our houses is used just for heating and cooling? However, we haven't tested the long-term durability of our material. The home is where the heart is, so we need to know how long does it take to biodegrade in walls, and would its insulating properties remain constant? We did find a clue online of an old house in which a human and animal hair mixture was found within the walls. Hair scarcity might also make it difficult for our insulation material to be applied on a commercial scale. But we imagine it as just one type of bioinsulation. And since humans would create human hair for human use, supply and demand should be in balance.
Combing through our insights, we envision our building materials as a part of a circular hair recycling system. Think about it. Hair could be picked up locally, used by other companies for clothing or carpets, then reused for our insulation, and lastly, studies have shown it can be made into fertilizer, so even our food can be grown from the nutrients of our hair. So come on, join us in this hairy revolution.
All right, welcome team AUAS. Love seeing you all in the same room together. Judges, when you're ready, please turn on your videos with some questions. Gigi.
This is a really cool presentation. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of the reactions that people got. I saw you included one in the video, but people's acceptability of the technology, and also what are some of the did you think about? I have no idea if this would be the case. Like any sort of chemicals that might be in the hair products or anything else like that would affect the the usability of hair for these purposes.
Hi, thanks for your question. So we did get a lot of reactions. You saw a snippet in the video. And in general, people were quite disgusted by the product. People did like it, prefer it, as long as it's not wet. They were willing to accept it. But that's why we especially tried to focus on products where the user wouldn't have to interact with it. Because initially we were trying some felting techniques, but we did realize that it would be too uncomfortable for most people. So that's why the insulation and the hair bricks would not require users to see it. And as for your second question about the chemicals, we also did talk about it a bit in the video. The chemicals that come from our medication and hair products, they do remain in our hair. And that's why we didn't want to just throw it into landfill. So using it in wall insulation and in bricks would be keeping it for longer rather than throwing it into landfill, which would then cause the chemicals to go into the soil or into the air. So of course, as a society, we should try to look at using products that are less harmful for the environment so that these chemicals wouldn't remain in our hair, but the hair that we have isn't going anywhere anyway, so we may as well use it for something that has a more long-term purpose.
Thank you.
Anuja, you had popped up second. I don't know if you still have a question.
Yeah, actually, I realized that Gigi asked a similar question. But yeah, this was a great presentation, and maybe I am going to ask Gigi's question in a slightly different manner. So I believe you answered the question about, additions of hair products or different types of treatments that people do to their hair and how it affects the end of life, and that's why you're trying to make it into an insulation. But I'm curious to know, how does it affect the insulation property itself? And I think Gigi touched upon it, but if you could elaborate on that, like in your testing, did you see that, maybe well-conditioned hair was so smooth that actually it didn't intermingle too well and it wasn't as insulative as tangled hair? What were your findings, mostly but with chemicals?
So because we're talking about hair that we got from hairdressers, that's the only, let's say, comparison that we had. So generally said, it doesn't affect the end effect of putting it, felting it together, whatever. So yeah, the chemicals in the hair, again, like it would have to be really a lot that you would actually have like a big effect, but like generally speaking, it doesn't affect the hair and its abilities in our testing that we had. So yeah, it was all washed and cut hair. So that's basically the hair that we had to use.
And the way that it still insulates our head effectively, even with all these chemicals, just goes to show that it is still an insulator, a viable insulator. And we didn't test hair with different chemical properties because we just got the waste hair as it was. And so it was just a combination. So that could be something that we would test in the future.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to go over to Will just to make sure all of our judges have the chance to ask questions.
Sure, thanks. And greetings from Amsterdam, where I'm based. Great presentation, thank you. My question is about, in your research process, if you came across other recent design proposals that had to do with hair, or maybe some older examples of like how people in previous centuries used horsehair or other types of hair that informed your research and your work.
Yeah. Well, basically, to answer the question first with the recent research, there's actually quite a bit of research where human hair would be used as just fiber to put into concrete mixtures, for example, which is a normal thing to do, to add fiber to concrete mixtures. Depending on what you want to use it, you can use it, for example, for high pressure constructions like silos, and there you would put in fiber to have just more strength and durability. And in the past, it has been used to support clay constructions. And people, I think still nowadays in rural areas, some parts of India, I think also they would put hair to increase strength and durability of the clay constructions they would build. So yeah, that's so in both cases it was used, and it really does increase the structural integrity. And we also did some experiments with the bricks that we created and put it under pressure with the tensile D machine. So it showed that like even when the brick breaks, it doesn't shatter; it stays together. So it's still able to hold some weight and resist force.
And also the Mongolian tribes that use animal hair as an insulator, which has similar properties.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, I want to make sure we get to all the judges. Let's go, Margaret Denise Minji.
So mine was kind of similar to Will's. I live in Baltimore in the US, and we have a history of old buildings here that you find horsehair and like old newspaper in the plaster in between buildings for insulation and all of that. So I actually suspect that this material is going to last for a really long time if you make it, that it will be a really good insulator long term. I wonder if it's, I don't know that all of the history of the architectural and building materials, but I think some of it went out of fashion when mass production of houses came into play. So I'm wondering how you might get this into an industrial process, right? And then it might require a little bit of a return to craft production, and how you might play with that intervention. But I think it's probably I suspect it would work.
Yep. I think that the scalability will be an issue, but initially we would target those who are especially concerned about the environment and would like environmentally friendly alternatives to what exists, because yes, with the increase of demand for these kinds of materials, these older methods were phased out, but the newer methods are not environmentally friendly. So on a small scale, we would be able to replace it, and I think that the current methods are made for scalability. So there's a potential to find an in between. Maybe the way we've tested with nettle fibers as a foundation base, in case the hair can't meet the demands, we might be able to find some natural fibers that also have insulating properties that we could mesh together. So those are some potential options for that. But I think in general, with the environmental movement, there is this movement towards looking into the past uses of of materials and just knowledge that we've lost in the industrial age.
Yeah. Thank you, and great presentation.
Thanks.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was really clear and compelling. I think, to me, one of the most compelling things you pointed out was the sort of bias against using human hair, and yet we have no reservations about resourcing animal materials, although humans are arguably animal. And so in this idea, in this question of the scalability, which I agree, I think the scalability is an issue, it occurred to me that, especially for cultures where having long hair is an ideal and not cutting hair is part of your cultural belief system, you would somehow be unable to access this resource. And so that made me think, how do you go back and you start to think about commingling the use of animal materials with human materials? And have you considered that you could address the scalability issue by reconsidering how we process animals that we use for food? And is there a way that you could actually start to bring some idea of parity into our concept of human and animal with the project?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that's definitely what we would be moving towards. Of course, as we touched on in the video, we as humans have selectively bred our hair to just grow infinitely. And so animals, their hair just grows to a certain length. Sheep, of course, we've bred to do the same. So we can shear them infinitely. There will be a resource that is plentiful. With animals, it's not, the resource isn't as plentiful and the fibers are shorter, which is also difficult to felt for the insulation, but for the bricks, it's fine. But either way, all these types of hair and fur have this insulating property because that's why they exist. So we could definitely use it. And if these cultures that prefer to have longer hair would rather keep their hair but have pets, for example, all of that is usable. So there's definitely a foreseeable future where we could interweave everything, all waste, hair, fur, as long as we can change the narrative and bring people on board, it's doable, even farm animals.
And also one addition to that, the concept would be that where we would get the hair from would be mostly like hairdressers, since that's like literally so people like accumulate to go and get rid of their hair. So creating a network where you would like gather all this hair from all the different hairdressers would be a starting point, because I don't think we could just go and say, oh, well, let's look at the drain in your house and see how much hair is inside and pull it out. So yeah. Then the cultural issue would again maybe a little bit been put to the side, because if you're not cutting your hair, you won't go to your hairdresser. So yeah.
And I think it's also that you need to look locally. Like in certain countries, people cut their hair so dairy can be used locally for insulation, and in other countries where they don't cut their hair but they have a lot of sheep, then they can use that. I think with our project, we also focused on reusing hair locally instead of because we were talking about scalability, but it's important to us that hair sort of stays in the community and gets reused on the same place, sort of.
All right. We have to wrap up. We're running a little late on time. Minji, do you have a quick question? I want to make sure you get to ask.
Oh, yeah, I'll make a quick, great presentation. Have you guys thought about what kind of form you want to supply your materials in? I'm assuming building materials, insulating materials come in sheets or rolls, and workers would be used to working those kind of materials. Are you thinking about just raw, loose fibers or felted?
Yeah.
So, I mean, one very good example would actually be a company that produces hair mats from human hair to absorb oil spills in the ocean. And basically how they craft these sheets, as you said, they have like these punching machines that just like punch the hair fibers together, where you would have these big mats. So techniques to actually commingle this hair together is already known. If it's punching or felting, people do know how to treat that.
But to answer your question, we'll not be putting it in raw, because the insulating properties are stronger when it's felted as well. So we'll be ideally keeping it in the same form that the industry is used to. So these same sheets and rolls, depending on the requirement.
Awesome. Thank you so much, team. I know those were a lot of questions. Awesome job.
Thanks.
All right. We are going to move into our first break of the day. As we've done in the past 2 years, we've put together 15-minute ad reels for all of you to enjoy. You'll see a couple of videos from our event sponsors, from artists within the biodesign community, videos from past BDC challenge projects and sprint projects. So you can also watch these videos if you want to learn more. We're going to be posting them at the end of each day on the bottom of our summit event page if you want to learn more about the artists or rewatch any of them. So we will see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm really interested in the phrase more than human. I started Max with a humanist point of view, and what's happened is I have developed an awareness that not only the humanists need to be at the table, but also the scientists, the creative technologists, and the artists. The founding of Max was in part inspired by the sense that the public was getting more and more disenchanted. And part of that disenchantment had to do with all the technological change. It was both isolating people and polarizing people. So we knew we wanted to do art and technology together, but we felt it was very important to do a festival and then give the audience a taste of agency around this. We do biennial festivals because it takes us 2 years to get inside the scientific mission we're looking at. And then we strive to present an array of work that give you different points of view on that technology or scientific mission. So the technology and the scientific innovation can help artists have deeper artistic expression, and the artistic expression can reflect back on our technology and how it affects our lives. So I thought both of these people have the same goal, which is to improve the human condition and trying to make the world a better place. We create collaborations between artists and scientists, and then they go forward with the work, and then we present it. In this festival, we've been able to gather an amazing array of pieces and artists. Siren is an immersive concert of whale songs, accompanied by these visualizations that help you understand the structure of the songs.
Listening to the humpbacks, it's sort of like a reminder to draw us into these other creatures that are alongside them.
It's a siren call. People do not change their mind when they are told facts. They change their mind when their awareness is raised in some way. So there's nothing better to do that with than art. So it's very much our feeling that bringing these two disciplines together can make a real change in the world.
Open eyes, ears, get ready to feel, taste and smell the landscapes of your inner cellular sensorium, a flexing and porous space, alive with possibilities. Within this world, our living cellular kin, Olks, are guardians of the 5 human senses, and each connected to a kingdom of life. In this meeting between our sensory selves and the inner worlds of our cellular beings, futures unfold. Now they invite you to journey along into their cellular habitats, your body, to begin a sensory cellular ceremony. Enter one of the portals. Look at the screen. Focus on the block in the center. Guardian of your human cellular sight sensorium, connecting you to other bodies across the animal kingdom. The image you see is being relayed to you through your soul windows. Watery gelatinous orbs, crystal bowls, your eyes. The image you see travels through layers of cellular strata, through a film of watery gelatinous cornea, epithelial cells, keratocytes, and endothelial cells, past the colorful facade of your iris, a lacy meshwork of fibers and pigment granules, down the black hole of your pupil, a portal into a crystalline lens, refracting the image, focusing it into a sharp form before it flows through a jelly-like pool, arriving at your retina, a thick forest of cells with long tentacular arms, pigment cells, rods, cones, horizontal cells, bipolar cells, reaching out to one another, holding on to one another to form a network, a community which can uphold your vision.
Invasive species are at our doors, barging in unannounced, causing nearly irreversible damage. Now it's our job to get rid of them, and we start with these. Carp, the bottom feeders. There are three main species: big head carp, silver carp, and black carp. They eat 120% of their weight in zooplankton and phytoplankton, a crucial food source of our walleye, bluegill, and smallmouth bass. Therefore, we need to eradicate these species of carp from our waters. Complete annihilation is necessary. These carp fight hard battles. We've already tried multiple ways of eradicating them. Now we are developing a new approach. Using the latest advancements in technology, we have designed a bioweapon to fight against the carp. After years of iteration, we are finally ready to release it to the public.
There is a looming threat to America and the Midwest. 139 invasive species currently inhabit the waterways of Indiana alone, causing a variety of negative ecological impacts. River Defenders arms fish that are native to the White River, such as walleye. With our help, they may have a fighting chance. Combining human advancements in weapons technology and the natural capabilities of aquatic life, this idea proposes that a military-grade tactical vest be attached to native fish. The vest is equipped with two items: a waterproof camera that provides a live feed to the River Defender's operator, and a remote-controlled firearm. This firearm follows in the steps of the Heckler & Koch P11, both in its construction and history. The P11 was one of the many products of weapons development during the Cold War and served as a direct competitor to the Soviet Union's SPP-1, which had been produced 5 years prior in 1971. At the time, frogmen could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with knives. The development of weapons like these expanded the possibilities of underwater combat. The P11 was designed with the knowledge that traditional bullets don't travel well through water. It features 5 barrels that hold flechettes, or metal darts that allow for better accuracy and range. When fired, the P11 is electrically ignited from a battery pack within the gun. River Defenders builds upon this design with increased ammunition capacity and remote operation via Bluetooth technology. With an official state-of-the-art app, any Muncie resident can connect their smartphone to a River Defender within a range of 800 feet. Once connected, the user can obtain a fisheye view of the White River from the camera attached to each fish. Using the invasive species identification software, the user can fire the weapon when a carp appears, taking an active role in combating ecological imbalance. As bizarre as this idea may seem, the U.S. military is no stranger to creating alliances with wildlife. For example, in World War II, engineers considered using bat bombs as a weapon against Japan. Once napalm was attached to Mexican free-tailed bats, They would be released to roost in buildings and hard-to-reach places. Another example is Project Pigeon, which utilized the cognitive abilities of pigeons to guide missiles. The pigeons were trained to recognize certain targets and then placed in front of a screen with sensors. The birds would peck at the screen when the target moved away from the center of it, maintaining the bomb's glide path. River Defenders is a testament to the new bonds we may forge with our natural environment in order to protect our traditions and values. In today's society, there is a disconnect between parents and their children due to the fact that most parents were raised without technology. Their children, however, are raised in the digital age and spend increasing amounts of time indoors on phones or tablets. River Defenders bridges this gap between parents and children, creating a new family bonding activity that both generations can enjoy. Over the past 2 decades, the cleanliness of the White River has also become a major cause for concern. As the river gradually becomes more saturated with heavy metals, PCBs, and other pollutants, recreational activities are becoming unsafe. In fact, River Defenders may replace the traditional American pastime of fishing trips. Gone are the days of old-school fishing. Now, with River Defenders, a new, exciting pastime exists. The future is now. The River Defenders must work together in order to form a more perfect union, to ensure the peace of the White River. It is your time to take action.
River Defenders has a practical function to engage and mobilize the Muncie populace in protecting the ecology of the White River. It is also a Band-Aid solution that turns human conquest of the natural world into a violent, interactive spectacle. As an example of both biodesign and critical design, River Defenders tackles both environmental and social issues at once. Rooted in the Italian radical design movement of the 60s and 70s, critical design challenges an audience's preconceptions. It's meant to provoke new ways of thinking. Anthony Dunn and Fiona Raby define critical design goals as raising awareness, exposing assumptions, provoking action, sparking debate, and even entertaining. Oftentimes, these projects explore speculative futures, ranging from dystopian to utopian. River Defenders aims to do just that, using the topic of invasive species as a point of departure.
Stuart Hall, the cultural theorist, once said, "There is no understanding Englishness without understanding its imperial and colonial dimensions." The United States has used this idea for centuries to villainize the other. Under the guise of protection, the US then resorts back to its usual methods of complete eradication and declarations of war. Time after time again, these methods prove wasteful and unsuccessful. Using these ideas in the previous video conveys how the saturation of xenophobia further warps any chance we have of enacting reasoned and positive change. If we continue to view every problem through these lenses of fear and hate, our needed solutions will be unreachable.
River Defenders was created to highlight issues with the war on invasives. In the field of ecology, some experts are beginning to take issue with rhetoric surrounding invasive species. The militaristic idea of complete eradication ignores positive qualities that non-native species might bring to an ecosystem. One study showed that, quote, invasive species research uses significantly more militaristic language, end quote, than other subfields of conservation. The power of messaging like this shouldn't be understated. In the short term, rallying communities to declare war on certain species could be helpful. However, it may do more harm than good in the long term, distorting the public's understanding of ecology and reinforcing xenophobic tendencies. This conversation gets more complex as we realize that many of our beloved commonplace species were once considered alien or non-native. While not deemed invasive, the honeybee was imported to North America from Europe in the 17th century. We now depend on this poster child of conservation for billions of dollars worth of crops. However, it could be deemed invasive as soon as it begins outcompeting species of wild native bees. Examples like these show the blurry line between helpful and harmful. We then must add climate change into the equation. Climate change is rapidly redefining relationships between all organisms. Consider the tamarisk shrub, for example. Though it has outcompeted many native trees and uses large amounts of water, it has begun to provide habitats for endangered species like the southwestern willow flycatcher. It is also hardy and drought tolerant, addressing a problem that we will face in the near future. Invasives like these can withstand shifting temperatures and low resources, and may be the only way our ecosystems can survive. Some scientists even predict they could help us preserve a working ecology. The damage caused by invasive species like cane toads and bighead carp is irrefutable, and River Defenders doesn't aim to understate it. However, if we refuse to explore new roles they might play in this ever-changing environment, we will keep falling back into costly, unsuccessful methods time after time again. Let's work to build new solutions that look toward the future.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm super excited to go into session 2 for the day. We are going to see our first video, which is going to be Antofagasta International School. All right, let's roll it.
Water is one of the most important elements for life and human beings. Today, we are facing a water crisis, not only at a national level, but also at a global level. Because of this, some cities have tried to rationalize water. For example, Las Condes in the city of Santiago, Chile. Throughout our country, more than 250,000 people have been rationed, and 184 municipalities have been declared with extreme lack of water. But what if we could create water from algae? Would we have the possibility of ending the water crisis? This, in fact, is possible. Therefore, we seek to verify that it is achievable to create water with help from algae. Control and minimize the risk of water production. Try to size the project not only on land, but create a prototype to be able to carry out this project on larger scales, such as, for example, try to produce water in the Atacama Desert, and if this works, try to take it to Mars.
Water is at the epicenter of sustainable development and is essential for socioeconomic development, energy, food production, ecosystems, and for the survival of human beings. Water is also a crucial part of our adaptation to climate change and is a critical link between society and environment. A water crisis is a situation that occurs when the availability of clean water within a region is lower than the demand for water in its region. This began to be evidenced in 2010 in our country. This occurs due to lack of rain, water pollution, and natural disasters. And since 2010, the territory between the regions of Coquimbo and La Araucanía has experienced a rainfall deficit close to 30%. Leading research centers and experts have described the phenomenon that has been affecting the central zone of the country for more than a decade as a mega drought. A reflection of this was the study of the Center for Climate Science and Resilience, 2015.
This project centers around producing water out of the oxygen and hydrogen made by the algae using a machine able to fuse both elements.
The organism we chose for our project is named Chlamydomonas reinhardtii. Chlamydomonas reinhardtii are unicellular algae that can produce hydrogenase enzymes. This means that they are able to produce either oxygen or hydrogen under certain conditions of the medium they are in. Photosynthetic production of hydrogen from water is a biological process that can transform sunlight into stored chemical energy. Reversible hydrogenase in this type of algae enables the photoproduction of hydrogen under sulfur-deprived conditions. This enzyme is highly sensitive to oxygen, though, so if it has contact with some, the enzyme will inactivate itself. If the cultures are depleted of sulfur in the form of sulfate and deprived from oxygen in the air, the algae respire all remaining dissolved oxygen in the medium, and the cells rapidly make their environment anaerobic. This means that sulfur-deprived algal cultures transition from an aerobic to an anaerobic environment and then start to produce hydrogen.
Process. By having two cultures, sulfured or sulfur-deprived, we can produce the basic components of water. The next step is to bond these elements via our prototype, heating it to 500 Celsius and condense them into liquid water. Our prototype consists of two canisters, one for each element necessary for this procedure. One releases hydrogen, and the other oxygen. Both of these components rise and merge in the fusion cone, made of aluminum. To successfully achieve the production of water, we use a heating glass that concentrates sunlight into the interior of the fusion cone that should reach 500 degrees Celsius. And as our conclusion, we think that Chlamydomonas algae can be of great help, since it will allow us to create water, fighting against the water crisis. This crisis is far from being controlled. This produces an impact on the environment, for which human beings, animals, and ecosystem must adapt to this new reality and face the consequences. The change begins in the person. We just have to initiative and break our limits. Every action can help the world and ourselves.
All right. Thank you so much, students. Judges, when you're ready. Denise.
Hi, thank you for the video. Could you talk for a minute about the amount of water usage in the making of the device and the production of the algae that you're using to produce the water?
Okay, so we have the idea to make the cultures of the two cultures of the algae. So the amount of water we use to make these two cultures depends on the scale we want to use, so how much water we want to produce. And with the conditions we have here at school to measure, we don't have the conditions to measure how much gas we can produce with next amount of water in the culture. So it is something that we cannot measure yet.
Margaret.
Along those same lines, how much water do you think, sort of a scalability question, how much water do you think you could produce from this process?
That depends, because I've read some information that says how with a certain method that we can make larger the process of creating the gas, because after a certain time, it stops. So with a certain method, if we make it larger, then we could make more profit of it. So depending on this and on other factors, we could see the scale, because we also have to see if it is viable.
Thank you.
Any other judges? Gigi.
Hi, a very interesting concept. I was wondering if you could talk about if you had another 6 months or a year to work on this project, what you would like to do next.
Yeah, I am not sure if I understood your question correctly, but if you mean what we can like project ourselves to do in the future, there is a part to this project that we didn't investigate deeply, but we have just the concept. That is, when we do the combination of hydrogen and oxygen to form the water, there's a remnant of energy, lots of energy, in the form of heat, that we need to do something with that. And I think it would be very interesting to see if we can somehow convert that heat energy into electricity or something we could use like to power a city or other mechanisms. So that would be something interesting to investigate.
Thank you.
Great. We are at time. If anybody has any final questions, maybe judges we haven't heard from yet. Nope. All right. Well, students, thank you so much for your amazing project. Looking forward to seeing where you take it next. And we are going to move on to our next team. So the next team we're going to hear from is Izmir University of Economics.
Hello, we are a group of industrial design and bioengineering students from Izmir University of Economics, located in the Aegean coast of Turkey. We are very excited to be part of this initiative and believe this platform gives us a real opportunity to contribute into a better future for our region and our ecosystem. Unfortunately, consumption of single-use plastic is still a big problem in Izmir. Local commerce sees it as a part of their service. Individuals think their individual actions will not make a difference, and the city's municipality seems not to be able to tackle this issue for one reason or another. This reflects mostly on Izmir's Bay, that as any living system is a consequence of its interaction with its surroundings. We intend to contribute on mitigating our impact on this already highly stressed ecosystem by proposing alternatives to single-use plastic and by generating awareness to this issue. Being this a problem where no single solution solves all must be addressed through collective actions. We believe it should target children, seeing that it is proven that they are more sensitive to these issues and that they tend to educate the parents. It should also be an opportunity to voice the general public's frustrations related to these issues. As an answer to this, we aim to design and implement a social marketing campaign targeting behaviors that will reduce single-use plastic related to moments of celebration. More precisely, we intend to propose an alternative to one of the most universal and significant objects of celebration, the balloon. We would like to propose do-it-yourself bio-based balloons for children to create awareness and become part of a more responsible future generation. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, almost 300,000 balloons were found in the US beaches alone between 2008 to 2016. Another representation of the complexity of this threat is an event back in 1998 where a balloon was found in Los Angeles just 49 hours after it was released at the Olympics in Nagano, Japan, a distance of approximately 5,300 miles. Adding to these two facts that they are large in numbers and are very mobile, we should add that they are very slow to degrade and decompose. A bit of historical research about balloons made us understand the cultural representation and material aspect of this amazing artifact. First, balloon sculptures were created by the Aztecs roughly around the 14th to 16th century out of catguts as a sacrifice to gods. During the 16th and 17th centuries, Galileo used an inflated pig's bladder during an experiment to measure the weight of air. First rubber balloon was invented in 1824 by Professor Michael Faraday to be used in his hydrogen experiments at the Royal Institution in London. Faraday made with tacky rubber sheets and pressed the edges together to seal them. The inside was rubbed with flour to stop the sheets sticking together. In the early 19th century, Thomas Hancock invented the process for pouring rubber over molds or dipping molds into latex liquid shortly after. Modern toy balloons were first made out of vulcanized latex rubber extracted from trees by J.G. Ingram, followed by Neil Tillison's Tillicat balloons. In the late 30s and early 40s, people discovered that they were able to twist and shape balloons, and so balloon modeling was born. We intend to propose to the municipality an eco-interspecies parade, a movement of celebration that invades the city from air, water, and land with bio-balloons with many forms and shapes. We believe these do-it-yourself balloons will help people express their frustrations and their dreams of a subject that cannot be ignored anymore, individual responsibility. We looked also at most common moments of interspecies interactions and speculated on how to convert these moments of interspecies collaborative celebration, meaning a win-win situation. Following, we explored different materials and recipes, looking for new materials that will allow us to attain necessary physical properties. We define a bio-balloon as something that looks at local bio-byproducts as a source of material resources, enhances interspecies collaboration, uses the bay as a communication medium, can be replicated by anyone from their homes. After testing 10 materials, artichokes, sunflower seeds, mussel shells, egg shells, tree resins, chitin, alginate, chia seeds, mushroom mycelia, and gluten, we focused on the following. We tried two methods for making the resin balloon. First, we placed the balloon on a suction flex, poured the resin on the flat surface, and inflated the balloon gradually. Second, we poured the resin mixture on an inflated balloon. The material after drying became brittle, but after we added glycerol, it gained the desired elasticity. For the artichoke balloon, we started by freeze-drying the artichoke leaves and grind them into dust in a coffee grinder. By observing that different size of grain influenced the material properties, we decided to add extra elements to explore new features and material properties. The chitosan recipe done with pupa shells, a byproduct of the silk industry, was more flexible compared to the previous recipes and the one with the most promising outcomes. Lastly, the alginate recipe made from algae, as the name indicates, by adding lactate and water, was the only recipe that showed some permeability, indicating it might be the best for water contacts. For this recipe, a piece of ice was first dipped into the sodium alginate mixture and then immediately dipped into the calcium lactate mixture to fix its form. Apart from continuing to develop our design concepts and our material exploration, as future works, we intend to create a graphic language to help promote the initiative, contact the municipality and get them on board as the main stakeholder, start a series of workshops to further explore the materials. Thank you.
All right, welcome Team BioBalloons. Thank you for your project. Judges, when you're ready, please turn your cameras with questions. Gigi.
Very interesting project. I'm wondering if you can talk about what people's reactions were to the concepts that when you talk to people about the BioBalloons, and were they positive, negative? What were their reactions?
So when we talk about people, they are really get interested into this making balloons with local waste, and we are trying to do it with the children and with the DIY balloons. So it was actually more interested when we put the children in it, because the awareness starts with them. So yeah.
Great educational tool.
Thank you.
Other questions? I do have a question in the meantime. I'm curious if balloons are in some way part of Turkish culture, or if this is a global problem you're trying to solve.
Our first aim was to mitigate the single use of plastics. Mm-hmm. And we started thinking with the balloons. Yeah. So it's a more global issue, but we are also looking at the side of our local waste. So it's both.
Thank you. Margaret.
Thank you.
So really lovely presentation. I like the design of the illustrations and everything. I also think it's really, there's something provocative about choosing something so simple, but that I think you could make a big impact by doing that. So I do commend you for thinking small, but in a way that actually creates a big message. In those tests that you did of these different materials, how big could you get your balloons? And are you working on your formulas to try and make these balloons more elastic and have a bigger stretch?
Yeah, we are working on different materials and with different volumes. And so we got some prototypes with the, as you can see, with this foil balloon from the artichoke and the alginate recipe. So we are trying to make it bigger. Yeah, bigger. And make it more elastic. Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you. I like that you brought a model for us.
Nice. Any other questions from our judges about BioBalloons? All right. Well, students, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looking forward to, hopefully you'll continue. We can have some BioBalloons in our future. I'm looking forward to that, seeing that. All right. Our next video is going to be Universidad del Istmo.
Good morning, world. Today, Monday 13th of May of 2030. Welcome to the BDC News. Roger Smith greets you today. We begin with a recent premise that got our attention in the last few days.
The International Space Station has announced that they have found a new discovery about the possible trips to the moon in the next 5 years. For more details, we will connect directly with their central.
Well, thank you very much for the connection, Roger, and the time to speak about such an important topic that I know a lot of viewers will be interested to know about.
As you may know,
The trip to the moon may start soon in the next few years thanks to the new technologies. However, there is a major inconvenience that we have detected since it could interfere with said advances and plans.
This is not a new topic, and it has been in constant evolution with the passing of the years. It's about spatial waste, an aspect that, even though not many people know about, affects us all. And this is the right moment to take the matter into our own hands and avoid a world catastrophe.
And why a catastrophe, Alejandra? Could you tell us a little bit further on details about the topic? Where does it come from?
Of course, with pleasure. The problem with the spatial trash is stronger than ever. It starts in the spatial era in 1957, when tons of rockets, ships, and instruments were launched into space, and the lifespan was reduced to nothing more than waste, creating not just collisions with other active satellites, but explosions in space, as a particle of a centimeter at 28,800 kilometers per hour is nothing more than a projectile that is capable of destroying a satellite worth of 100 million euros.
Now, on these days, as per the index of objects that were thrown into the space, the UNOOSA, there are around 4,921 satellites orbiting, in which nearly 2,600 does not work, turning into waste, with the other 17,000 fragments, approximately, that were generated with the mentioned collisions.
Now, imagine the risk, how dangerous it could be to sail on the sea if all the lost ships and boats in history were still floating in the ocean.
Yes, it would be impossible. A catastrophic sea, to be honest.
Indeed, and in the next few years, the number of magnitudes will increase, with multiple mega constellations formed from the hundreds or even thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit that will interfere with telecommunications and security vigilance. It's for sure that we need a trailer to remove all the failed satellites of this region with all the traffic, don't you think?
And about that, Alejandra, is there any development that might create a solution?
Yes, as a matter of fact, currently some investigators from Guatemala have developed a spatial digester. If it's possible, we will try to connect with them in order to explain a little bit further into the topic.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we do, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Good morning. Well, could you tell us more about the project that you have done on your work?
With pleasure. Well, first of all, we are researchers from Guatemala, and in the last few months, we have seen how the spatial waste has increased significantly, in which it's frightening for the trips that are planned for the next years, as Roger was saying. For that, we took the assignment to investigate further about the possible solutions to stop the problem as soon as possible, before the matter gets worse and unavoidable. With this in mind, X1 Space, the $1 million junk, emerges, a group of researchers motivated to fight this problem for future generations.
Precisely. And with that, X1 Space, the $1 million junk, creates the first prototype SASO-3. SASO-3 works as a digester satellite of the waste from space, generating a process of sublimations that transforms the solid matter into vapor state through microorganisms.
That sounds quite interesting.
Indeed, but the best part yet is that the main idea is to disintegrate all the 900,000 useless objects bigger than a centimeter that are rotating around the Earth, which are mostly of aluminum, magnesium, titanium, and other metals or alloys. But as we know, there is no bacteria capable of disintegrating this specific component. For this reason, we have an alternative option, in which we will create a colony of microorganisms with characteristics that support extreme temperature changes between minus 150 degrees to 150 degrees Celsius, ultraviolet radiation, and our anaerobic bacteria, in order to manipulate these ones genetically with 3 of them. The Leptospirillum, a bacteria that a few years ago was discovered to devour metals. The acid Thiobacillus peroxidans, in which creates the copper in its pure form. And lastly, the bacteria Aeromonas eucrinophila, that creates microbial corrosion of nickel alloys. All of this to be able to create a super bacteria, able to disintegrate the most part of the satellites that are useless and therefore spatial waste. In order to reach this process, each metal part will go through different phases inside the SASU-3.
First, the satellites will be detected and scanned by a sensor that will emit SASU-3 in order to verify if it works or if it's useless. Afterwards, this laser will send a signal to a technological-based system that is found on the inside of the sublimation satellite to then catch the garbage with a magnetical attraction that will be generated by a magnetical displaced by a central piston to the space surface. After these metal elements have been catched by SASU-3, the greening process phase will begin. On this one, SASU-3 will change the color lights emitting from green to red, implying the process has begun. Subsequently, the metallical pieces will go through the crusher and will turn into smaller pieces. The last phase, after these pieces have been shredded, the system sends a signal to open the 4 floodgates that will distribute the elements in 4 cameras in which the sublimation phase will start. Once floodgates have been closed, the microorganisms will be freed in order to start the digestion process, in which the sublimation will start transforming the solid matter into vapor state. Once finished, the vapor will be expelled into space, and the rest will be used as a fuel supply at the International Space Station, in which, as mentioned before, acetylbacillus ferrooxidants release copper in its purest form, transforming copper to modifying the gene that codifies the enzyme of oxidase and multicopper fused to acetylbacillus peroxidants, and with that allowing that the aluminium corrodes itself and to produce amorphous aluminium oxide that will serve as a fuel.
But this does not cover all of space, since there are 6 artificial satellite orbits, but we will focus on 3. These are the Medium Earth Orbit, MEO. Most MEO satellites are at an altitude of 20,000 kilometers, currently used by global navigation systems, GPS. Then the geostationary orbit at 36,000 kilometers above the Earth, where there are the meteorological and communication satellites, and last, the graveyard orbit, that it's located at 300 kilometers above the geostationary orbit, used to send the satellites that fulfill their mission and thus get rid of them and be able to make room for new ones.
This process has an estimated time of 3 to 5 years, depending on the size of the satellite.
It seems to me that this is a very achievable solution, since we haven't realized how big the problem is, how much it could affect us. So, who do you think could fund the research?
We have thought of different institutions that are currently working on space projects. Among them are SpaceX, NASA, USA Space Force, Canadian Space Agency, European Space Agency, Japanese Space Exploration Agency, Roscosmos, Italian Space Agency, and National Center for Space Studies. With their help, we hope to be able to advance the X-1 space investigations and thus be able to achieve our goal with SASU-3.
Wow, that would be an important part of the new space regulations, since it is planned to create laws for the reduction of space contamination, which dictates that the company or organization responsible for sending satellites must take charge of removing them when they are not longer in operation. If said company decides to send them to the graveyard orbit, it will be fined for an infraction of regulation that will be sanctioned. Each institution must be responsible for its garbage.
Great! Thank you very much for your valuable time and information that will surely generate a positive change in the world. We're back with you, Roger.
Thank you very much, X1 Space.
All right. Welcome, team. Thank you for that super cool project. And I love the video. It's so fun. Judges, if you have any questions, please join us. Gigi.
Thanks for such an interesting presentation and great video. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you got the idea for this project.
We actually put on the table many ideas, and we actually wanted to do something that wasn't like that easy, or something that could be like more for the future generations.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anuja, I saw your camera pop on. Did you have a question?
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. I love the mode with which you actually chose to convey the information. And I learned a lot, honestly. I didn't know so much about space debris. We know very little about it. But my question was, were you able to prototype anything? From what I understood of your presentation, there's like a theoretical reasoning of making this happen. What exactly are you doing if you got the funding or if you had the resources? How developed do you think you can do it by yourself and then collaborate with all the agencies you mentioned?
We were thinking that, we talked to an aerospace engineer that worked in NASA, and we were thinking about the materials that we need to create the prototype. And he told us that we could make it with help of him, or with the NASA help, and make the prototype then. And then we talked to a chemical engineer because of the bacteria that we're using to decompose the metal pieces. And with funding, we could get deeper with the investigation. And then we can try to make the super bacteria that we were talking about in the video, to create this colony with the 3 bacteria and then create the super bacteria. So with that, I think we will start, if we had the funding, with the colony, and to create the super bacteria first, and then create the prototype. And the crusher part that decompose the metal pieces, we were thinking that we could try it with a junkyard and decompose those metal pieces that are in trash, and try to first see what happened with that and how the super bacteria will react with that, and then send it to space.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And only in complement, we also think that we're going to add to our group also new members that can help us to investigate more, and so make this possible.
Lovely. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Sorry, I was muted. Judges, we have a few more minutes. I do have a question for the team. What's been done so far to address space junk, space trash? Can you I'm curious, what other solutions researchers have experimented with, and if you're building on their work at all, or if this is a totally new exploration.
Okay, we also, in the process of the investigation, we look for articles that are trying to solve this problem, and we find a few ones that actually they're doing a satellite that captures this trash, but actually they are investigating more what can they do with the trash, because they only capture that, but they do anything.
Yeah, what we found out is that they use giant nets being propulsed by satellites. So they just catch all of the trash and get it all together, but they don't have a plan of what they can do next with them.
Mm-hmm. So that's why our solutions integrate this process of capturing the trash and trying to solve that, transforming the material.
Got it. That's great. Thank you. Annie, please.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I learned a lot. It was really interesting. And I'm sorry if you already addressed this and I missed it, but can you talk a little bit about the safety measures that you've put in place in terms of what happens if some of the bacteria mutate or contaminate satellites that we don't want to decommission, for instance?
We were thinking, well, first, there is a problem with the other satellite that already like kind of exists, that catches the like other satellites that are in dysfunction. And some like institutions were worried that that satellite will capture like functional satellites. So what we did to like prevent this problem is to put sensors on the satellite so it can differentiate between the ones that are functioning and the ones that are not in function. And we were thinking that and with that we also think when they capture the trash, these bacteria, that's why we're investigating which ones are the correct ones to like make the like super bacteria, so that this process also prevents that with the gases of this, like if there's any problem with these gases. So we are like set in like asking for people that are more qualified in this specific area, so that they can help us to like really look the bacteria that are necessary for doing this like great process.
But the main idea is that the satellite has like a selection system so that it can choose which satellites are actually functioning and which ones are not, so that it can destroy or disintegrate the ones that we want to actually disintegrate, not the ones that are actually functioning, because they are like too expensive to like create like a mistake. So we can't afford that, of course. So they actually, we want to select the ones that are actually not functioning and just, they are just making like more trash and space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Students, thank you, judges. We are out of time. We are going to move on to our last video for this session. And that video is going to be Sheffield Hallam University.
Take a moment to think about and answer this question. Do any of you own any pets? If you answered yes, then this project might be of interest to you. Pets. They refer to the variety of domesticated animals: cats, dogs, hamsters, bunnies, birds, and some reptiles. They can even be considered companions and members of a family. But what we were wondering about is if people knew how to properly and ethically care for them. Is it ethically okay to keep pets? There are two sides of this argument. Argument A. With a long history of human-animal companionship, some people agree that keeping pets is ethically acceptable as long as they are properly cared for. Caring for pets can be beneficial for the human and the animal by providing the latter with a loving home and an appropriate environment. That is, if the animal guardian strictly follows the ethical laws protecting their pets. Argument B. Some people disagree. They believe that owning any animal is an unjust act of manipulation that disregards the pet's biological behavior and emotional life. For centuries, pets have been structured to suit human-centric needs, even if these needs cause harm to the animals. These human-centered ideas can be considered abuse. There are many procedures and actions that can emotionally and physically cause harm to the animal, such as declawing, spaying, tail docking, overbreeding, malnourishment, and abandonment. Mistreatment can also come in different forms, such as emotional neglect, insufficient space, lack of exercise, lack of veterinary care, exploitation, and physical cruelty. Did you know that in the US, annually there are 10 million animals that are abused to death, with 65% being dogs? Pets are categorized as personal property. However, in some states, pets now have protection order laws, with owners now referred to as guardians. In the United Kingdom, approximately half of Britain owns a pet, with 11.1 million dogs, 8.9 million cats, and 7 million rabbits. In 2020, the animals with the highest number of incidents were dogs, with over 56,000 reports. The second would be cats, with over 55,000 reports. Now the question remains, how do we get people to talk about this? How do we highlight the relationship between human and pets? How do we educate people on the ethics of pet keeping? As designers, our first question was what if? What if we created a speculative future with the intention of questioning bioethics? What would this future look like? What if people were given the chance to create synthetic animals at home? Research shows that one can genetically alter and grow organs from stem cells. We have speculated that in the future, stem cells technology has gotten to the point where it's possible to grow synthetic organs. However, this synthetic creature treads the line between living and non-living since it has functional stem cells but doesn't have a conscience. This would be the best way to question bioethics. In our speculative future, we came up with an alternative to biological pets. One could order a PET kit online which allowed them to customize their own pets to their own preferences. The customer would get their PET kit equipped with a manual, the pet in an embryonic stage, the stem cells, and the machine. To set it up and make your own pet, the owner would first need to read the manual and go through the instructions. The embryo would need to be injected with the different stem cells and placed in the machine. The final step would be to sit back and watch your creation come to life. We as a group debated what the synthetic creation would be and took the initiative to include you in our debate. Is this a toy or a pet? In order to educate people, we decided to create a folktale that emphasizes this discussion.
The Bunny with the Synthetic Heart. There once was a boy named Jack who loved bunnies. He thought they were cute, fluffy and lucky. One day he asked his parents to buy him a pet. "Why do you want this toy?" asked the parents, wanting to know. "I love bunnies and wanted one for my own," Jack replied with insisting eyes. Jack's parents agreed and began to customise his toy online. "Mum, can my bunny have red eyes, like rubies?" "Yes, Jack," replied his mother. "And can it be soft and white, like a feather?" "Yes, Jack, you can have it all." Jack was so excited. "I'm finally going to have a pet bunny," he exclaimed. A few days later, the PET parcel arrived, making Jack very happy. While his parents were setting up the machine for his toy, Jack came around and became very curious. He went close to the machine, hoping to catch a glimpse of his pet. He looked through the glass, and what did he see? He saw his bunny laughing and move, full of glee. Jack loved his pet. He hugged the bunny and felt its warmth. He took his pet to all his playdates. He would even share his bed with him at night. A few months later, Jack got busy with his newfound friends. He didn't have time to play with his bunny. The bunny got hyper and started to run around the house. "Oh my God, it broke my favourite vase. Such an annoying toy," said the father as he kicked it. A few days later, it happened once more. "Not again, it broke my plates," said the mother. She snatched it by its neck and stuffed it into a lonely room. Now the parents were wondering, what is this toy here for? They decided to throw the ugly, disturbing toy into a toy yard. Jack was crying for losing his precious pet. "I loved him a lot, and I will take care of him," he wailed to his parents. His parents didn't believe him and discarded his bunny to the PET company's dump slot. Jack was very upset and disheartened for losing his friend. Bunny was left all alone in the dark and lonely dump slot. It found itself surrounded by other discarded pets and made it their home. The end.
We were given the opportunity to display our work in the Lab for Living research lab. We created our making scenario by using different props to simulate a speculative design. We created a living room scene using parcel shipping boxes, supply stickers, packing peanuts, instruction manuals, and kids' toys. For the embryo, the bunny was made using plasticine clay to create a plaster model. Once the plaster was dried, we poured white silicone into the mold to create a silicone bunny. Once the bunny was made, we placed it in an embryo mold and filled it using silicone with flocking fibers. For the box, we decided to use 3 mm acrylic sheets placed on an MDF light panel to highlight the embryo within. An audio was playing in the room which depicted the story placed on the wall. The storybook journey led people to come up with their own conclusions if this was a good or a bad future. The results varied, while some agreeing it was a good future and the other agreeing it was a bad one. We now ask you, is this a future you would want?
All right. Thank you so much, Team Sheffield Hallam University. Amazing video. All right, judges, when you are ready, please come on with some questions. Gigi.
Thanks. Very thought-provoking video. Definitely puts to some concrete, real visuals to some of the ethical discussions that have surrounded this type of engineering. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about some of those ethical concerns and something that was not mentioned in the video. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of the safety issues here too.
No problem. Thank you for your question. Well, first of all, we mentioned in the video about the US and the UK, but me and Chami would come from different parts of the world. So I come from the Middle East and she comes from India. And we each have our own ethical perspective about how people treat their pets. So thank God in the US and the UK, it's much better. But this project highlights about the whole ethical perspective in a global matter. And since we're designing, it's a speculative future. I think by health issues, maybe in the future, the only thing I can think about is maybe abuse for these synthetic creatures, since it's not, we don't really have the technology to make synthetic creatures. So that's what we have so far.
Yeah.
Margaret and then Annie.
Let Annie go before me.
Annie.
Thank you for the project and for building the sculpture and the prototype. And I loved seeing the children's story to kind of illustrate it. I love it when speculative projects kind of think about how the stories will unfold in many different channels. So I could imagine it in a gallery, and I saw it in the children's book. I guess I had a few questions. Like, for instance, I wanted to know what makes your pet insentient. Like if it is living and breathing, how do we define sentience here? And I think that perhaps there's a troubled history of that already, where historically we thought animals were insentient, you know what I mean? So using that word, I think, raised a little bit of a flag for me. And then I wondered what you think about, I was like, does this synthetic pet perpetuate animal exploitation? And I know this is a really weird parallel to bring up, but for instance, with sex dolls that are made to look like humans, some people are like, that perpetuates more gender inequality because it creates a version of a body that is has no consent really. And I don't know, it's a complicated conversation there, but when, for some reason, I kind of, your project brought that up to me, like, I understand that you're making a critical design project, but I wonder if this idea of insentience might perpetuate some of this inequality that we, shine through the lens of human versus other species relationships, and whether you could talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think because since we use stem cell technology, our tutors mentioned that if we use stem cells, it's living and non-living, because if we're creating something that's not real, but we use living cells, it's living and non-living, but then we're creating a creature that doesn't have a conscience, it doesn't have a brain or feeling. So it kind of is a metaphor for how we view pets now, because you don't really see emotion through them. And I think Charmy can tell you more about why we use stem cell technology.
Yeah, so the reason why we use stem cell technology is because currently we have research which says we can use stem cells to grow organs on their own. So stem cells are currently used for organ transplantation, but the only backdrop is that they have a lot of immunorejections because they don't really have a lot of immunity, and the body would not accept the outsourced organ as it is. And we use stem cell technology for the idea of growing organs from scratch and people having to connect with the pet from the very start. We also came across different research programs like 3D printing and stuff, but then the only backdrop was if we are using 3D printing, it's going to be like a complete organ at the end, but then we would not see the development process, whereas the stem cell technology just gave us the freedom to like see the process, see the development of the organ. So we use stem cell technology for that. And the reason why our creature is partially living and non-living is because we have research which says we can develop organs through stem cells, but we have no research which says we can develop brain through stem cells. So we are just speculating maybe in the future stem cells can help us develop a brain, but at the moment we are just speculating that okay, stem cells can develop organs, and we are using synthetic materials to make these organs function, so which makes the creature partially living and partially non-living. And through this we wanted to like question the bioethics and challenge bioethics by biology and science.
I think by exploitation, well, currently we are exploiting animals for a variety of different reasons. Like people overbreed their dogs, and it has a negative effect on them. So just the whole part of this exploitation thing, it's a metaphor for what's currently happening. So our whole goal with this project is to get people to talk about it from different points of view, to maybe come up with a solution to treat pets better, since we're focusing on human-centered design.
Margaret?
So a great presentation and very provocative. I think it definitely left me a little quiet and trying to figure out how I feel or what my question might be. I'm very interested in that, you know, thinking about that hierarchy of the human and the non-human, and how do we put an intervention there between to create, you know, rethink that hierarchy, that maybe we want to change that hierarchy. I think, so I feel like you've done your job in the sense of creating, I think that this is creating a dialogue. It is creating new questions and conversations. I'm wondering if there's another step to it in terms of how do you really create empathy for this toy/pet? How do you shift people's thinking and creating the dialogue? But is there more that you can do with this creation, with this story, to also start to create empathy?
Well, one of our main points was to get different opinions from different people in different fields, which is what we're doing right now, like in this challenge. So I think the more we talk about this with different people with different points of view, the more we can develop it further. One of our tutors, her friend is studying politics and is really interested about animal rights. So I think if we show him this project, he might have a different take, and that would help us develop the project further. And since Charmy and I we're not bio-designers, we're interior designers that took a liking to bio-design, since we only had 4 weeks to complete the project. For the exhibition, we created a space that kind of tipped people off into thinking about, wait, what is this issue? What are we talking about here? And then by the end, each person had their own separate opinion and how they might take that opinion with them and talk to people about it. So it's creating a discussion about it that was our main point.
Thank you. All right, we are out of time. Thank you so much, Psman, Charmi. We are going to go into a 15-minute break before we start our next session. So get a glass of water, take a break. We will see you at 12:20.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Willett. I'm an artist. I'm a Canada Research Chair in Art, Science, and Ecology, and I'm the Director of Incubator Art Lab. I'm here to talk to you today about a new project that I launched this last year called When Microbes Dream, an exhibition at Kapelica Gallery in Ljubljana, Slovenia in October 2021. When Microbes Dream is an art installation that includes performative human and non-human interactions and hands-on biotechnological protocols. Together, it presents a feminist science fiction where biotechnology manifests interspecies collaboration, reproduction, theater, and storytelling as a means to reimagine our shared biotech future. Of course, this is an absurdist and impossible task to ever imagine what biotechnology is like from the perspective of our microbial collaborators. It can only ever be a vision of what humans might think that microbes might dream.
The bread and butter of what makes our podcast and my art so unique is that I am extremely passionate about decolonizing the language of science. And so when we think about traditional science and we think about the barriers that exist, you must have a PhD, you must, attend this school, you must be able to conduct this scientific research. I strongly believe, just like our ancestors that came from Africa, they were scientists too. In fact, they were pretty great scientists because if it wasn't for their survival, we wouldn't be here. And so I like to think that now the language, even the journal articles that we read, the books that have been published on how to educate people about science and genetics are all mostly written in English. Most scientific conferences are in English, and most of them are in the traditional academic culture, which is largely full of white supremacy, full of patriarchy, full of capitalism. And so one of the things that we're really passionate about it in those genes is how do we decolonize the language of science? And so this is an example of how we do that. And my full-time job, I am recently promoted to a staff scientist at Illumina, and I create technology that really helps us interrogate the genome, looking for that 0.1% that makes us different, and how can we leverage that to understand the relationship between the genome and disease. Now, what I talk about on the show and what I talk about even at my day job is why we need to include diversity. Why is it important that we have technology that is not just Eurocentric just because those are the samples that we have access to study? Why is it important for us to really understand the complete diversity of the human genome? And so in this example, this might seem very foreign to you, but that's okay because I'm going to play a podcast clip that really emphasizes that. But what I'm showing here is a technique called fine mapping. What fine mapping means is that we see a signal that's associated with a disease. In this picture at the top panel, this would be anything that is above the dotted line. All of these little dots here are associated with a disease. And what we don't know is which of these dots is the variant that is causing the disease. And so if we're looking in a European population and the colors are talking about how similar these variants are to each other. So we're looking at a European population, we see that all of these variants, which are represented in this lower panel here, are very similar. They all look alike. In fact, if we go and zoom in on this plot, we can't tell which dot is which. And that is because of this event that happens in human populations called admixture. And so when we inherit parts of our genome from our ancestors from a particular region or country, typically they travel together. They're buddies. They like to travel together. And so when we're trying to see an association with the disease, all of these variants travel together. They all look alike. We can't tell them apart. But if we look at an older population, population, and that population has had time to develop diversity, we can see a little bit clearer what that disease variant might be. And so as you can see, once you come down, you can see that this signal that has all of these variants can now be narrowed down to one variant or two variants in a more recent population that has gone through admixture, or an older population that has a lot of variability, so that we can distinguish one variant from another. Now, if you didn't understand that, that is completely okay, because that is the goal of In Those Genes podcast. This is the language that we use to talk about science, but really this concept and the concept of science in general existed long before the English language, right? Existed long before we developed this idea of academia and PhDs. And so one of the things that we really are passionate about is decolonizing the language of science, and how do we be more inclusive, particularly with the Black community, of using language that is relevant to us, that conceptualizes a concept. And so this is me teaching the same concept on the podcast.
Find mapping is a way that allows scientists to look at the genome and determine exactly where variations that cause disease arise. To explain this further, pack your bag, grab your snacks, get that aux cord. We're going on a road trip. Well, 2 road trips actually, but the same destination, kind of. The destination is the cure to a disease, and we're traveling along the genome to get there. I feel like we're taking steps on like a DNA helix. We're just like, The first road trip, we're opening up our navigation app called Euromaps. It's a map of the human genome based on European samples. Folks of European descent split off from folks of African descent about 40,000 years ago. Because of this split, their genome holds a lot less variation than folks of African descent, an older and more admixed population. Less variation means less information about the history of humanity. That means that Euromaps is a little vague, like Siri on a rainy day. So we're on our road trip, and Euromaps is just saying,
I think it's the next left. No, right, wait, no, it's left. Go left.
Or
make a right at the light, then go down for about 4 or 5 minutes, until you see an old man with a dog. Yeah, that's the one, the Pomeranian.
It has some idea where we're going, but the directions are far from precise. So we pull up to our final destination, and Euromaps yells out,
Ah yes, I think this is it. Well actually, I don't know, it kind of looks familiar.
And we're standing in an empty parking lot. Euromaps says,
it's in the neighborhood, I'm sure of it.
And we can spend days, hours, years, even decades figuring out just where in this neighborhood the cure to our disease is. Or we can use Afro maps. Afro maps is based on a ton of information amassed over hundreds of thousands of years of variation in the African genome. It's the root of where all other genomes begin. So it not only has information of its own genomes, but also the genomes of others. So Afromaps is precise like,
in a quarter of a mile, take a slight right onto MLK Boulevard. Continue on to Flatbush Ave for 2 miles. Then make a left after the light. No, back up. You passed it. You gotta make a U-turn. Alright, your destination is on the right. You've reached the disease cure right between the red house and the green house. It's the black one, right there in the middle. Yeah, with the grill out front.
We hop out and see exactly where in the genome the cause of our disease is, and we can begin making drugs to assess the problem. I mean, imagine all the time, energy, and gas we done used on Euromaps when we could have just used Afro maps and got there on a half a tank in under 2 hours. Talk about efficiency.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed.
Over the past 200 years, humanity has become the dominant force in shaping the face of our planet.
This year, 2020, marks a crossover year, when the anthropomass, the mass embodied in the built environment, which includes concrete, metals, bricks, and glass, will exceed the biomass on our planet, which includes trees, plants, animals, bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Current building technologies and material practices are its main culprits, propelling us to an inevitable future where we're called upon to build shelter against ourselves. As we project 200 years ahead, what are the values, principles, knowledge, skills that we must cultivate as we architect a future of synergy between the natural and the built environment? A skyscraper is not a tree. Not yet. Since our divorce from nature with the Industrial Revolution, the major challenge for architecture remains a challenge of language as we replace units of growth with units of construction. For centuries, we've been taught to sketch, model, and build in 3 static dimensions, X, Y, and Z. But the natural world offers contexts that are much more dimensionally complex and dynamic. They include environmental dimensions, such as heat, light, and humidity, and epidemiological dimensions associated with viral load, influencing urban immunity. When we're able to communicate in nature's language, when we're able to transcend the view that nature is a boundless entity, even transcending the building as the kernel of the architectural project, per the Bauhaus tradition, when we invite scientific inquiry and technological innovation, fusing atoms with bits and bits with genes, only then will the art of building enable new forms of interaction between humans and their environment. Only then will we be able to design, construct, and evolve as equals. In the past few years, for the first time in architectural history, we're approaching the resolution and complexity of the natural world by creating new technologies that will ultimately enable us to design a beam as if it were a branch, or an HVAC and waste removal system as if it were a photosynthetic GI tract engineered to convert carbon into biofuel. This is the precision medicine moment of architectural design, and it is a growing moment. Imagine that nature is the single most important client in your architectural practice. What are the values and principles at the core of such a project? First, technology over typology. Technology has the power to either improve or entirely reinvent the typology it was devised to serve. Additive manufacturing of glass, for example, enables the creation of architectural-scale optical lenses, offering a glimpse into the design and construction of solar-powered and energy-harvesting building materials. Decay over disposal. We emphasize decay over disposal, whereby decay is designed by orienting biomaterials to programmatically biodegrade and rejoin an ecosystem for purposes of fueling new growth. Multi-species over monospecies. With continued deforestation of the rainforests, humans cut down nearly 15 billion trees per year. It will degrade into a dry savanna. Can we design, not cut trees? Can we apply the same ethical code to fiber-producing, cotton-producing organisms and honey-producing pollinators? Heterogeneity over homogeneity. We need to design materials that can restore or rewild biodiversity on the planet. When ecosystems are more diverse, they are better able to perform essential ecosystem services, like carbon sequestration. System over object. Finally, in a post-pandemic world facing the perils of climate change, we must consider the building not as an object, but as a collaborative system tightly linked to its natural environment, an ecological niche. So here are 5 demonstrations of the principles presented, including the technologies we've engineered to design and construct them. Consider them not as 5 points for a new architecture, but perhaps as 5 tenets for a new ecology. They include glass, polymers, fibers, pigments, and cellular solids.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Jess, and I'm the Program Associate here at Biodesign Challenge. I'm going to kick us off with our panel 2 presentations. So first, we're going to hear from Design Academy Eindhoven.
Cut flowers, one of the advanced industries in the Netherlands. The country delivers abundance of beautiful and special flowers to all of the world every day. As a highly commercialized product, it is the well-developed industrial chain and market mechanism that supports it. Meanwhile, the mass production of cut flowers causes huge energy consumption and environmental pollution. Think about greenhouse gas consumption, a large amount of rinsing fertilizer, the cold chain for every step, packaging, and all above import and export through air transport. Each makes a huge impact on climate change. Among them, we found that the funeral industry is a large player on the Dutch cut flower market, which entangles with more complicated elements. First, volume. A big amount of flowers is used for a proportionally small occasion, and after the ceremony, most of the flowers will be left at an auditorium place instead of being taken home or for other purposes. Second, quality. Because of the special nature of funerals, the quality of flowers used in ceremonies is higher than in other occasions. Guests often choose to give expensive and perfect flowers to show their respect for the dead. The average price of funeral flower bouquet in the Netherlands lays in between 50 and 150 euros, but could easily add up to 500 euros for a big bouquet. Then, type. In the funeral industry, often specific flowers such as lilies and roses are consumed. Nearly 50% of all flowers are imported from Kenya, Italy, Ecuador, China, and Japan, and need to be shipped within a day by plane. Especially for Kenya, 90% of CO2 emissions from roses is caused by export transportation. Apart from transportation, these are the 2 most pesticide-treated flowers of all. Knowing the current situation, we question, Since the consumption of cut flower in funeral is a huge burden on the environment, is it necessary to have flowers in funeral? What is the meaning of flowers for modern funeral rites, and how much of it is driven by market capital? To answer these questions, we might look into the history of funerals. As early as Middle Ages, flowers were considered a symbol of life, but the original use of flowers in funerals was very functional. In the Middle Ages, civilian funerals were usually performed within a day of death. Noble funerals usually took days, with fragrant flowers piled around and on the top of the coffin to mask the smell long enough for the funeral to be complete. In the Victorian era, the lavish use of flowers, accompanied by lavish funerals, became a common pursuit of all classes. After World War II, as embalming and other preservation techniques improved, the practical usage of flowers weakened in the funeral. Instead, flowers stayed for decoration and cultural significance. Flowers allow people to visualize and quantify the importance they place on the deceased. With the excessive commercialization of the funeral industry, the market accurately captures people's emotional, moral, and cultural special psychology for the dead, and excessively binds the emotion with the quantity, quality, and price of flowers, so that people's emotions are unreasonably quantified by flowers. The estrangement between people, media, and ceremonies also brings people economic and emotional burden. Back to the modern context, how do we escape the capital market's interpretation of funeral in an era of energy scarcity and global warming, and find a new way to balance the desire to pay respect to the dead with the cultural significance of flowers to funerals? We try to strip away the economic symbols that lie outside flowers and trace back to their original cultural meanings. Instead of a bunch of cut flowers from market, we focus on the more vibrant white flowers in nature. White flowers, meaning a deeper and closer connection to the land. They are the result of all coincidence, a true gift from nature. That's why they have more vitality and thrive in every corner. By encouraging the act of foraging, we want to guide people to re-establish the connection between flowers and life. With that in mind, we look for existing systems that could practice this idea. Green burial comes into our sight. With the improvement of environmental awareness, green burials are on the rise to restore the ecological balance in the Netherlands, which currently hosts 21 burial cemeteries. At a first glance, they look like any other forest or park, and it is where both funeral and burial would take place. A funeral is organized by a funeral planner and a cemetery manager. Also, there is a team made by professional ecological protection personnel and volunteers to take charge of evaluating and adjusting ecological balance. We think green burial is the best place to practice our concept. Firstly, green burial is very consistent with our value of focusing on environmental protection and returning to the essence of life. Second, it provides a natural closed space for the action of foraging. Third, so far, green burial still lacks a representative landscape to publicize, which can encourage more people to join in. So, based on the existing system, we replan the funeral and try to start from perspective of architecture and redefine its space. The flower pole will be introduced, which constructed by a stick with a pointed base and a reflective surface. The stick is made by birch, which needs to be cut during the initial ecological restoration stage of many natural burial cemeteries in the Netherlands, as its rapid growth can affect the environmental balance. The reflective surface was made by a mirror aluminum sheet, which is an aesthetic, durable, and recyclable material. Funeral planners use the area of flower poles to build up the funeral space according to the needs of family. At the same time, guests will be encouraged to find and pick one favorite flowers as they enter the ecological forest to the spot of ceremony. In the first stage, guests insert their flower they picked into the flower pole one by one to complete the space. At the end of the ceremony, we twist the current tradition of scattering flowers and soil on graves as a symbol of returning the deceased back to earth. The guests will tear flowers apart and gather them up. The foraged flower thus will return and nourish the land as compost. By doing this, the act also creates collective emotional compost as the very last goodbye. In this way, foraging, mourning ritual and the special funeral space formed by the flower pots come together as a new funeral practice and landscape, which leads people back to the most genuine nature of mourning with flowers, reconnecting life, death, and earth in a caring and ecological way.
Thank you, Design Academy Eindhoven. Now we're going to open up the floor to judges. Judges, if you just turn on your videos, then I'll know you have a question and to call on you. Corinne.
Thank you for that really wonderful presentation. I learned so much watching it. This is a topic that we often don't think about unless we're in that moment of grief. And I think these past couple of years, many of us have been experiencing different facets of that. I had a question about the when you said from the perspective of architecture going into this space. And I was wondering if you also thought about, I saw the poles are the same height. Have you thought about the variability in height and access for different grievers and what your solutions might be for them coming into space and picking a flower and reaching those poles? It's just my first question.
Yeah, we also, when we design the pole, we also consider about how high it should be. It's like we ask several people, like different height, to test what could be the best height, and it should be
yeah, layers. Like what we said, like we want to go further on this vibrant looking. So as you may have seen in the sketch in the video, we think the height can definitely make a difference in terms of like how it looks like, because you know, if you have all on the same surface, it looks like one thing, but if you make differences in height, it can add upon like the visual image that it's even more flowers without having more, without actually having more flowers.
Wonderful. So you are thinking of variability of height, because the height all look the same in this one of the sketches I saw. So that's great. That was just that one particular sketch. And then my last question is thinking about the grieving process. When someone visits a graveyard for a funeral, that's not the last time. So did you have any additional thoughts about the grievers coming back and visiting and how they interact with the space and the system that you've designed? In terms of the wildflowers they're picking, are they have the ability to water it, or what is their further interaction when they visit after the funeral? That's my question.
Yeah, so it is indeed like we place this concept in the green burial context. So it definitely.
Uh-oh, I think we may have lost them for a second.
Other team members, do you want to pick up?
Yeah. I think you're still muted, Z.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I can pick it up. And because we choose the very specific sites of green burial, and which is also a new trend in the funeral industry now. We think that after the ceremony and the bereaved, if they revisit the cemetery again, and then it's more about the environmental surroundings, like the whole atmosphere at that specific burial place. So it's more like really bringing people back to the nature and feel the integration of the deceased and the overall environment. So at this stage, the symbol of flowers will slowly like disappear, but more fade into making people to focus on the environment itself.
Thank you for that. Jean, I think I saw your question next.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a kind of simple question. when wildflowers bloom at a certain time of the year, and we have burials throughout the year, did you guys give some consideration for the kind of 9 months where you wouldn't be able to harvest wildflowers? And this is also a different kind of question, but did you talk to anybody who runs a burial site or a funeral home, or to give you some insight about the choices people make and how they make those choices around burial itself?
Looks like we have the whole team back again, whoever wants to answer.
Yes, our internet lost for some reason. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can hear us again, I think, right?
Yes, you're good.
Should I ask the question again?
Yeah, please.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. It's a simple question. Wildflowers only grow during certain parts of the year, and the reason why the floral industry exists is because people die 24/7. So did you give some thought about the times when we wouldn't be able to harvest flowers? And then the other question I have is, were you able to talk to anybody who runs a burial site to kind of get a sense of like how people make those decisions around beyond sort of the market of the flowers, but like the kind of reasons and the reasoning why people might dial up, 100%, dialflowers.com kind of thing. So.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk to a person who owns a burial site, but we went to different burial sites and talked to visitors, both visitors and people who work there. And one thing we found out is with the grieving part, or when people go to these places, the main thing is that they want to kind of give something. Like they go there, and often people buy a flower to add to the place, but it's not really about the flower. It's more about the gesture of taking something with you. And that is something that we want to use because it proves that it's maybe not needed to have like a very new, let's say the polluted version of the flower, but also wild ones. And that also is in answers maybe your first question of like the seasons. We are aware of the fact that there's like not a possibility to pick wildflowers during the whole year, but we are investigating more on what the possibilities to use are to use other materials, such as one of them is weeds. So wild weeds are which could be anything, and are often also seen as like unwanted, or like they grow in places where they don't belong according to what people consider as where they belong. So that's like a type of another wild growing flower, or not always flowers, but but often like unwanted. And we are now exploring what are the possibilities to maybe look into them, because many of them are more available during the year than flowers, really, because flowers are maybe too like specifically focused on spring and summer, while weeds are more there during the year. So that is a direction we're thinking in now.
And then Carrie, I think you had one last question.
Well, thanks for the presentation. So Jean's question was one of mine as well. But so I'm also wondering, so if this takes off, right, and if you're able to, say, scale it, which is always the hope, right, what do you think are the ramifications, the financial impacts for places, especially like Kenya, that do rely a ton on their cut flower industry, and don't necessarily have a lot of other things they can quickly pivot to, and that provided jobs for a lot of people?
Do you want to answer maybe, or? Well, I think it's a very good point what you point out, and we have been considering this because we're replacing within a field that's indeed like it would have a huge impact on every, like on a lot of fields. And I think what you say is very relevant, and it's definitely something we should consider more, I think, because that's maybe what I can say to it. Yeah, it is a tricky point, but yeah. very, very relevant.
All right, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Next, we're going to see the presentation from the team at Colegio Nueva Granada. Hope I said that right.
At any given time, 800 million women and youth worldwide are menstruating. In an average woman's lifetime, she is likely to use 15,000 sanitary pads. This means there are approximately 1.2 E13 of sanitary products worldwide that are thrown away after a single use. Even worse, not all of these 800 million have access to sustainable and effective sanitary products. This is heightened in developing countries, where menstrual poverty doesn't allow women and girls to buy and use the products they need. Through discussing the pertinence of this issue, we decided to target our project towards attempting to solve it. Living in Colombia, we know that poverty and sanitation are issues of utmost importance. To begin our research process, we began by brainstorming potential materials which could be used as replacements for traditional plastic, and we especially wanted to make sure that these materials were easily accessed in Colombia, as impoverished Colombian women are our main target audience. This is how we reached the idea of making sanitary pads more eco-friendly and accessible by replacing their plastic parts with biodegradable materials. Colombia has a wide range of flora and fauna, and through analysis and exploration, we found that starch and gelatin were the two most prominent natural ingredients which could be adequate replacements for the traditional plastic.
In the starch category, our research group aimed to go for cassava starch, as cassava is a crop that is widely grown in the Colombian region. It develops in bulk and would make for a perfect source of plastic in terms of not only long-term thinking, but also what is the most attainable in our community. Now the question became, which of the two ingredients will be a better replacement? Our main concern with gelatin is that an increase in its use would consequently increase the harm towards the animal population, which is the main source of its harvesting. Yet our prediction was that the gelatin-based plastic was going to be the stronger of the two materials, due to its jelly composition as well as water-repelling abilities as it becomes hydrophobic when dry, something which we did not know if cassava also possessed. To test this method, our lab process began by following the same basic structure for both ingredients. This consisted of using water as our main base with glycerin and slowly adding in cassava starch or gelatin into the mix. The cassava starch mixture also required a vinegar component. Once these mixtures were complete, we heated them up on hot plates and left them to dry over a 4-day time span. The end result for the cassava starch was a thick, strong, plastic-like substance, whilst the end result for the gelatin mixture was a gooey liquid substance which had started to grow mold. This was a clear indicator that the cassava starch was the best material to use in our plastic replacement techniques, as the gelatin's humid base became a fast breeding ground for bacteria, since Bogotá's high altitude made the gelatin dry slower and thus be humid for longer. In terms of finance, one biodegradable pad costs around 1,000 pesos to produce, whilst other competitive non-sustainable brands cost around 543 pesos to produce. This means that producing biodegradable pads are around 50% more expensive than other name brands which are not biodegradable. However, with this being said, the environmental and social cost that producing non-sustainable pads brings is at a much higher risk towards our society. So at the end of the day, it depends on what we value. Buying less expensive products but fostering an earth deteriorated by pollution, or spending a bit more money but creating a sustainable and healthy environment for our future generations. Additionally, regarding plant per person ratio, 1 box of cassava starch powder includes 2 full-grown yucca plants. 1 box of cassava starch can create 5 pads, and this means that 1 box can create the pads necessary for the average period length. And considering that women change their pads twice a day, 1 woman would need 2 boxes of cassava starch for her period products. This means that 4 yucca plants per woman are needed for her to live her period days only off sustainably based products, something which is reasonably attainable with Colombia's land composition, since it has fertile soil, humidity, and vast amounts of direct sunlight, which is needed for the perfect cassava harvest.
Now, what's the chemistry that's actually happening inside the cassava that makes it the best alternative? Well, starches or amylum are polymeric carbohydrates that consist of numerous glucose units joined by glycosidic bonds. Starch gelatinization is the process of breaking down the intermolecular bonds of starch in water and heat. Glycerin acts as a plasticizer, allowing the plastic to be softer and more flexible. Starches are polysaccharides or large branched polymer chains consisting of sugar molecules. As you heat the mixture, the acetic acid vinegar hydrolyzes or breaks the bonds between the branches, which leaves long linear chains of polysaccharides or sugars. Ordinarily, these linear chains are fairly stiff, but because we added glycerin, the plastic becomes somewhat flexible and not brittle. Chemically, starch is made of long chains of glucose molecules joined together. Strictly, it contains two polymers, amylose, which is straight-chained, and amylopectin, which is branched. When starch is dried from an aqueous solution, it forms a film as a result of hydrogen bonding between the chains. However, the amylopectin inhibits the formation of the film. The addition of hydrochloric acid breaks the amylopectin down, allowing a more satisfactory film formation, which looks very similar to traditional plastic. Our prototype consists of 4 different layers. The first layer is made of natural PLA biodegradable corn-spun non-woven fabric. The purpose of this layer is to absorb the blood flow, prevent leaks, and be friendly to sensitive skin. The biodegradable fabric has excellent moisture absorption and breathability. Following this layer, the pad has 2 layers of organic cotton. This cotton is used without toxic pesticides or synthetic fertilizers, in contrast to traditional cotton, which absorbs 16% of the world's insecticides. Growing this organic cotton is more sustainable than conventional cotton as it uses less water and produces around 46% less CO2e. These 2 layers of cotton can retain the blood for up to 5 hours. Lastly, the bottom layer will be made of biodegradable cassava starch plastic. This layer is to fully prevent any leakage. All layers are put together through a hot press. Our tests have shown that being completely submerged in water, it takes up to 2.5 days for this cassava plastic to start breaking apart. This is the perfect amount since pads are meant to be changed every few hours. Our biodegradable pads can hold up to 25 milliliters.
One implication that our group needs to keep in mind is that the growth of this one specific cassava plant can result in the practice of monoculture. Monoculture is a risk for rural communities because it upsets the natural balance of soils. Too many of the same plant species in one field area rob the soil of its nutrients, resulting in decreasing varieties of bacteria and microorganisms that are needed to maintain fertility of the soil. Furthermore, one limitation is that our process requires a completely sterile environment. This is because reproductive health is very delicate, and as a result, any sort of bacteria getting into the uterus or vaginal lining of a woman could then not only risk their reproductive system but also their overall health, and could possibly result in death. The concern with this is that in rural communities, there is often an immense lack of water, or the water that is available is highly contaminated by different things, such as dirt and feces. Without adequate irrigation systems, having a sterile environment can pose serious difficulties. However, our group considers that this project will alter the lives of women to such an extent that a non-profit or women-centered organization could take this under their wing. A group such as the UN Women Committee could easily help fund the process in terms of creating an environment where being 100% sterile is viable. In conclusion, our vision is one that will most likely start to replace the period product industry. Culturally, in Colombia, due to our depletion of resources, we have a strong affinity for traditional plastic-produced products since they are the cheapest. However, as time goes on, our group predicts that biotech-based plastics such as our cassava plastic will start to infiltrate the industry and will not only compete in terms of prices, but also spread the message of sustainability.
Thank you, team. That was wonderful. Let's open the floor up to judges and questions. Amanda, why don't you go? I think you're still on mute.
I apologize. I'm in a cab here. So just a quick question, and I apologize if I missed about 15 seconds of the video at one point, but I'm curious, the part of the cassava you're using is actually the same part that is used for food, or is it a waste part? Because there's one of the biggest issues around biomaterials is, in general, is if they start competing with the actual food source supply. So just curious about that. And then, but also just wanted to say, great idea, great presentation. Really excited how to address monoculturing and how to take that on. And there's, potentially lots of other things about microbes that, could be done with this, and also to get around some of the sterilization issues. So exciting work, but just curious about the plant and the food supply, the part of the plant.
Yes, thank you for your question. We did take that into consideration, and the part of the cassava plant that we would use, it would be specifically the starch. The starch is what gives it the plastic material, and so that's what we would use. There would not be like that much waste because we would use specifically its starch.
But is the starch the same thing that people eat in those communities? It's the same part of the plant?
Yes, it's the same part. It's not like the roots, but yeah.
Okay.
And Angela, I saw your camera come on briefly.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for a really interesting and beautiful presentation. I just wanted to know, I know there's a lot of like sustainable options like a menstrual cup or period underwear that you can like keep reusing a bunch of times. What would be the main advantage of having this biodegradable option?
Thank you for your question. I think we did take into consideration the comfort of these women. Menstrual cups aren't necessarily the best option for specifically low-income urban communities here in Colombia. So we were thinking about, rural communities. So we were thinking about having something that's more accessible, and it would be different because whereas menstrual cups, you need to, again, have access to clean water to clean them out and then reuse them. Whereas for these women, it would be easier to just use these biodegradable pads and then throw them away and not worry about the immense amount of plastic that they leave behind.
Thank you.
Sabria?
Hi, everyone. So again, thank you so much for that presentation, and I will echo everyone else's compliments on, I think, thinking of a creative way for a problem that we all know is quite big. And so as I was watching it, you did actually answer one of my primary questions, which was, is the cassava starch plastic?
Get out anywhere here that's easy for you. Okay, perfect.
Can you mute yourself? Thank you.
Was it the actual makeup of the pad, or was it the packaging to encase the pad? Like, so, here when you get pads, they come individually wrapped in the plastic. And so you did answer the question that, okay, the cassava starch or the plastic made from the cassava starch will be kind of integrated into the pad. But had you given thought about because each of these will need to be, I'm assuming, individually wrapped, which does seem like where a lot of the actual plastic waste does come from. Like if you look at the ratio of like one pad to the plastic packaging to like the plastic that's actually contained in the pad. So have you given thought to utilizing this plastic from cassava starch in the individual packaging, and if you have, does that then increase the amount of cassava starch that will be needed for the production of, let's say, one single pad?
Thank you for your question. We had thought about using, as you said in the video, we had thought about using the cassava starch not just in the pad, but also in the outside packaging. However, we did think about how much more cassava we would need to individually wrap each and every one. We still haven't, we were thinking about other solutions, but as pads do need to come individually wrapped, we do think that the cassava starch would be needed for that outside packaging. And yet, I think we to take this into consideration, we could also be open to other ideas so that we don't result in the practice of monoculture, as we talked about in the video, and we don't need to continue to use so much cassava and yuca, so then it would be too much. So
thank you.
We need to start moving on. Jean, do you want to ask a quick question? Okay, great. In that case, we will move on, and the next team we'll hear from is HKU University of the Arts, Utrecht.
Hi, my name is Vivian Ertzig, and this year I'm honored to be the representative of the HKU in the Biodesign Challenge. With the project Feeding the City, we want to give people a different perspective on trash that is found on the streets. Even though litter has been reduced in the past few years, it is still a major environmental issue. In the Netherlands, up to 5% of all trash ends up on the streets. That is approximately between 35 million and 140 million kilos a year. Something interesting happens when we throw things on the streets, because when we have it in our hands, it's material, it's something that is used for something else, it's a functional thing. But as soon as we throw it on the ground, it's trash and it's dirty and we don't want to pick it up again. Some of our most valuable resources come directly from the ground. Yet when we had it in our hands before and then it ends up on the streets, it loses all its value. Trash in general is something humans invented. In nature, everything has a function. When the leaves fall from the tree, it is important for the soil, and the soil is again important for the tree. Everything is part of the ecological circle. Sadly, most of our trash is not yet part of this circle. Feeding the City tries to be a doorway for the litter that we can find on the streets. 35% of all litter are cigarette butts. In cigarette butts you can find cellulose acetate, paper and trion. The cellulose acetate, which is a form of plastic, is very bad for the environment. The earth can only break it down into microplastics, which can take up to 10 years. Besides, during this process there are a number of bad toxins which can leak into the earth. Building on research from companies such as Livin and Purifungi and many more, we discovered that mycelium can consume a lot of the materials which we consider as trash, such as, for example, in our case, cigarette butts. Mycelium, which are the roots of mushrooms, are able to recognize certain food sources in different materials. The outcome is a beautiful material which can not only be used as an insulation construction, but is also noise damping. In our follow-up research, we found a few interesting things. We found that mycelium can bridge up to 3 centimeters in order to find their new food source. We also found that until a certain point, the more cigarettes you feed it, the stronger it gets against other bacteria. And the most interesting thing that we found is that mycelium can grow with only cigarette butts as food source. By pouring liquid mycelium on cigarette butts, it will start on its own. For the project Feeding the City, we made building boxes where on the inside mycelium is growing. There are holes in the boxes which give the people the opportunity to insert the cigarette butts that they found on the streets.
The mycelium will then, over the next week, grow towards the cigarette butt and start to consume it. By inserting the cigarette butt, the public will choose the way the building blocks will be filled. If all cigarette butts will be inserted on one side, the mycelium will only grow there. Once the box is filled in by a certain shape, we will take the shape out and treat it so it becomes a material instead of a living organism. The project Feeding the City turns cleaning the streets into a treasure hunt for precious materials. After a summer of collecting these precious materials and building these beautiful stones, we will build an art piece together. This way, we did not only clean the city, but we also built something beautiful with the things that we found. In the future, we can see it as part of the city, as a part of the way we live. We can see a future where we do not see things any longer as trash, but as food for our new buildings, art pieces, and other constructions.
All right, thank you, team. Let's open it up for questions from judges. Ben, why don't you start?
Yeah, great. No, there's a great presentation, really interesting concept. And I love the concept of converting it to something tangible too, a stone or brick-like material. I was just wondering, so the focus on cigarette butts is really interesting. And you mentioned that 35% of all the litter, at least in that area, was cigarette butts. I'm not sure if that's on like a per weight basis or just like a volume basis, like each piece of litter is 35%, but it seems, I'm just wondering if you can expand that. Would other sources of litter also be applicable that might give you more opportunity to expand the project?
Yes, thank you for your question. Definitely, so we looked into other litters. Right now, I don't know exactly those percentages, but there's a lot of plastics on the streets as well. And we're definitely looking into searching a way to make the same kind of structure for different litters. I think it would be mostly focusing on small litters and litters that would be hard to recycle, for example, coffee cups or other things that are combined materials, because the beauty of the mycelium is that it can consume different materials at once. Like the cigarette butt, it can recycle, or it can consume the plastic and also the paper, but also the rayon. And if you only have a paper lying on the streets, it's already it's really easily to recycle into new paper, so that it's already in a recycle process. And we're really focusing on things that really fall out of that system, where there's no solutions yet to bring it back into the economy.
Great. Harris, I think you're next.
Yeah, that was a really great presentation. I wanted to hear more about what your thoughts are in terms of, how do you motivate people from using, the product here? Because, a lot of litter is just, people are not incentivized to do that extra step of, throwing it in the trash. And how you think about, where you place these particular collection, systems, and how you think about distributing them across, a space. And how you think about actually once it's filled up, how do you go about either consolidating it or placing it in other environments?
Yes, thank you for your question. Definitely, we thought of different ways to bringing it to the public. One of them is in collaboration with the Waste Bar, which is a system where they have a bar where you can buy drinks and you pay with, for example, cigarette butts or other waste from the streets. And this is one of the examples for people like what we do with the waste. And also, we're planning on placing it on a few festivals this summer, because festivals are still in the Netherlands, at least, hot smoking area. Like a lot of people, especially my age, still smoke, and they don't see the cigarette butt as something that is trash in a way. And I've seen the art piece, let's call it an art piece, or the design in working, and you can see that people, especially because we have a little bit of information with it, and we talk about the cigarette butt as if it's food for the mycelium, and you can see that they they're changing their minds about what they're holding in their hands. They suddenly realize that they're actually holding something in their hands, which is still a material.
That's so interesting. Thank you. Karen, did you have a question?
I basically had the exact same question that Harris had, which was like, how do you incentivize people to pick it up? I mean, I think those are some interesting answers. It's just funny for me. That's a really exciting project for me because I live at the beach, and people will come to have a nice recreational day and smoke cigarettes on the beach and throw them out, and a lot of people really feel like it's somebody else's job, like literally their job to clean up after them. So, I mean, I think that, making cigarettes valuable in the same way that cans are is a really interesting concept. And, I think you could, anyway, like, I love what you said about that. I don't really have any other questions, but come to the beach and do it here, please.
I will.
Oh, great. Are there any other questions? Sabria?
Hi. So I maybe just to sort of complement what Harris and Karen are raising about kind of human nature and wanting to use this. How do you get people? I mean, maybe I could even see a way where you could have these in people's homes, like who are actual like habitual smokers, and they can just like drop it in the thing. And so I was noticing the design of it, which was a triangle, which had the little circles in it for people to individually put the cigarette butts in it, which actually might make it a turnoff for people instead of just being able to throw it into a bin. But I guess my question is the opposite side of this, which is how would you stop people from using it in a way that you wouldn't want them to be using it? So for example, even though those holes are quite small, maybe bugs can fly into it, maybe a little kid could drop a pebble or some other kind of inorganic material or something that's not a cigarette butt into it. And how does that then compromise, or does it, the growth of this mycelium onto whatever the material is in the casing?
Yes, thank you. So I think the holes are also meant to be able to influence the design, because if there was only a hole on the top, it would just fill in the triangle. And the nice thing right now is that you can decide where the mycelium would grow to. So you can, like the basic shape is a triangle, but you can also get like a circle or like a little square inside. And technically, like, I'm trusting on the fact that the bee will fly out again. But because I don't want the bee to die, but if the bee would die inside, and it wouldn't affect the mycelium, because we found quite a strong base for it. So, and of course, you're always working the living material, so there's always a chance of it getting infected. But until now, it didn't happen that much because we have quite a strong base. And even if somebody puts a spoon in or something else, it would be fine, because the material would either consume it as well, if it's something like plastic or paper or the things that mycelium can consume, or it would just grow around. So it doesn't really matter, even if,
Maybe for everyone else too. How long would it take for you to produce, let's say, one of these bricks that you kind of foresee in the future in terms of like insulation?
And depends a little bit on the weather and on the way where it is, because it's producing better in like when it's a little bit hot. But ultimately, if it would be the perfect construction, if it would be like a Dutch summer, then it would be like a month or something. That would be the perfect heat amount. And it also depends, of course, how many cigarettes are put in there, but assuming that there's enough cigarettes for the mycelium to grow and it's well cared for, then it will be a month.
Thank you.
I think our last question will be from Corinne.
Great, thank you. I love working with mycelium too, and I'm very excited to see mycelium projects. I have a similar question to the last one about growing, and it really is more about not other microbes, although that is a concern. But what about just the moisture humidity required for mycelium, and what kind of mycelium are you envisioning using? And have you experimented with different number of holes in those containers? Because the amount of gas exchange and moisture exchange is really important for facilitating growth. So I'm just wondering what the R&D has been with the particular grow environments. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. So we experimented with this a lot because we noticed in the beginning that there was too much oxygen, so the mycelium would dry out. Right now I'm developing this kind of overnight box where they can go in, which has the perfect temperature and the perfect amount of humidity. And then except if it's placed in the full sun all day and it would be like 40 degrees, but technically in the Netherlands, the sun doesn't shine that much. So it can survive like a full day on a festival out in the open, and people can put it in, and then in the night it will go into the box and it will just stay. And even if the next festival is like 2 weeks later, it can just stay in the box and like grow there in a perfect situation, and it will not dry out.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you for giving me the time.
Yes, of course. Next, we're going to hear from the team from Tecnológico de Monterrey.
We all identify with the clothes we wear, and we have the freedom to choose the type of print, color, size that suits our tastes. However, isn't it contradictory that we buy clothes that do not match our values? Nowadays, the excessive consumption of fast fashion clothing has caused the textile industry to be responsible for 10% of humanity's carbon emissions. According to the World Economic Forum, the fashion industry is responsible for 20% of all industrial water pollution worldwide. In other words, every garment purchase contributes greatly to water pollution. It is as if for every new garment we buy, we were to pour a bottle of toxic chemicals into a fish tank full of living creatures. Could anyone dare? Therefore, some companies are developing new strategies to bulk these trends in order to implement more sustainable methods for cotton production and cut back on textile production. Also, in March 2020, the United Nations launched the project Alliance for Sustainable Fashion with the purpose of reducing the harmful effects of this industry with the support of agencies. That is why, today more than ever, we must be aware of the life cycle of clothing, paying special attention from having a sustainable production to having zero waste and pollution in the final part. We have decided that if there is no environmental friendly clothing on the market, we have to create it. Nanotextiles creates textile fibers from cellulose, producing clothing whose raw material is 100% natural and therefore biodegradable.
When we are talking about nanoscale, it is essential to comprehend what a nanometer is. A nanometer is 1 times to the power of -9 meters or a billionth of a meter. For example, a human hair, which is around 6 to 10 centimeters, is equivalent to 60,000 to 100,000 nanometers. To have a better perspective of the scale we are referring to, if we consider the diameter of the Earth as a meter, then the diameter of a marble would be a nanometer.
Why is it a good idea? Well, firstly, cellulose is the most abundant and renewable natural resource on Earth and can be obtained from different sources like wood, cotton, and vegetables biomass. It has a range of features that can have a wide advantage over other materials due to its nanoscales. Some of its characteristics are that it has biocompatibility, it is biodegradable, it has high mechanical strength, making it optimal to mold, it is a light material, meaning its weight is similar to cotton, impermeability to a certain point, and it has non-toxic properties. Our raw material for the production of nanocellulose is organic waste generated by local restaurants, supermarkets, food industries, and farmers. Most of the waste from these companies are various types of fruits and vegetables, among other waste rich in cellulose content. We take advantage of organic waste that would otherwise be wasted by reusing it to create a valuable product. After the extraction, we will treat the cellulose with the lyocell process. The method is the first discovered dissolution process for cellulosic fibers. It was patented by McCorsley in 1981. It is made by multiple steps. First step is dissolution. It consists in dissolving pulp from any rich cellulose fiber like wood in amino oxide solution. After this, here comes the filtration. The solution is filtered by precipitation in a precipitation bath and forms filaments or staple fibers. Some of the restant water, pulp, and organic solvents are reused. Third step is the spinning step. The fiber is inserted into a spinneret and regenerated in a coagulation bath using a rotating drum to obtain it. Number 4 is the washing process. The washing process is a process in which the organic solvent, water, and pulp is recovered and reused. Finishing. The finishing part is the post-treatment processes that the fibers are subjected to, like drying and bleaching. Some advantages involve the opportunity market that revolves around nanocellulose. It is estimated that it will grow from 760 million euros up to 1.35 billion euros in a lapse of 10 years. It has a high price, but it involves high rewards. Use of water will be reduced and waste will be recycled, hence the cost-benefit win will be high. Additionally, it does not use as many toxic chemicals that could liberate emissions harmful to the environment, making our process sustainable and ecological. Our innovation in the lyocell process is mainly the use of a new waste-based raw material. Additionally, there are some improvements made in the recollection and reusage of compounds needed during the process, like water, organic solvent, and even the pulp that wasn't used.
Nowadays, considering green chemistry principles is so relevant to design better products and the processes to manufacturing them. According to this, the manufacturing process we are proposing fulfills the principles 1, 5, and 7. These principles involve waste reduction, avoiding the usage of hazard chemicals, and the usage of renewable feedstocks respectively. What will we do? We will obtain nanocellulose by the lyocell process and make daily usage products. We will focus on dresses, handbags, different kind of clothing, and headwear. In a few words, we will start a revolution in the modern textile industry. We are attempting to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals 6, 9, 12, and 13, which refers to clean water and sanitization, industry innovation, responsible consumption of our resources, boosting the tendency of take actions to combat climate change. In the short term, we will get in contact with some companies that produce organic waste in Querétaro, Mexico, to obtain our raw material and produce nanocellulose. The raw material we expect to work with will be the waste from brewing industries, such as beer bagasse, the stubble from wine companies, and the agricultural residue from corn and bean crops. We expect to increase the raw material to other agricultural residues in other parts of Mexico, such as sugarcane bagasse.
The next step is to produce our first prototype with our designs to evaluate how to improve our processes. Once our final textile is obtained, it will be marketed. Will have a long useful life and can be reincorporated into the nanocellulose cycle, either by composting or by reusing the textile. Our cultural impact lies in changing the mindset of an entire generation, creating awareness while offering an innovative product that people need and love is the ideal way to generate a change in favor of the planet. In addition, with new technologies come the creation of new job opportunities and the development of never-seen-before technologies.
However, we have recognized that we still have some challenges to face. For instance, first challenge, finding the financial investment to develop the lyocell process. What is our solution? We have defined our cost structure and will seek financing and sponsors mainly for the purchase of specialized equipment.
The second challenge is to find our best raw material supplier. The solution is to find companies that do not have alliances with other sectors, such as livestock, to sell their organic waste. We have to present in a clear and innovative way our project to the possible interested parties, convince them by offering a better price than the market and explaining the benefits that they can obtain.
The third challenge is to take care of sustainability at every step of the production process. We propose to implement a nanocellulose-based dye, which is expected to reduce water consumption approximately 6 times compared to the chemical dyes, and after 10 washing cycles, maintain almost 93% of the original color. In summary, it is essential to state that nanocellulose and the lyocell process are revolutionary elements to make the garment and the textile manufacturing process, in general, more sustainable. Our mission is to encourage society to have a more sustainable lifestyle, starting by changing their clothing practices and offering a quality textile coming from organic waste produced in a sustainable way with a circular economy model and congruent with people's values. The future looks one way. It will be dressed in nanocellulose.
All right, let's take some questions from our judges. Angela, why don't you go?
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. I was just wondering, what is the durability of these fabrics? Like, how long are they built to last? And I know you mentioned something about 10 washing cycles for their color durability, but how long are they supposed to last?
Yeah, so we have calculated that the average lifespan of the usage of a clothing article made out of nanocellulose is of about from 40 to 60 times of usage. Additionally, when the usage life of the product is finished, it can be recycled because nanocellulose has also like a lifespan of usage. So it can be used like reused like 2 times, and then it needs to be used for another thing.
Okay, thank you. That's pretty good.
Great. Carrie, why don't you go?
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I was wondering if you've thought about all of your sources of cellulose in, say, this waste stream, and if the lyocell process is appropriate for all those. I know it's traditionally used primarily with wood pulp. And so would you have to, take some of these waste streams and filter them out and sort of, pick and choose what you can use and what you can't, and what would that add or take away from the process?
Yeah, actually there is a little problem with that because we need to filter the waste, and for that there is a process. Well, there are a variety of processes that could be used. One is the ECOGI process that filters this waste, and you obtain organic waste and you obtain the pulp from the organic waste. But yeah, it is like an extra step in the lyocell process.
Great. Well, if there are no other questions, let's move on to our next team from Zurich University. Oh,
can I just follow? Sorry, can I just follow up on that? Sorry. In terms of, did you have a chance to try any processes with any different kinds of like common, say like organic or food waste that you might find? Say you talked about going to restaurants and stuff. Did you have a chance to experiment at all to see what might actually work and what might not?
No, because of this situation, we don't have all the logistics to access to laboratories, but we have contact with some with a business that is involved in beer production, and we see the process on how we can obtain the gas for the nanotextile production.
Great. All right. So we will hear from our next team, which is Zurich University of the Arts.
What if we could look at soil with open fascination, the same fascination we have when looking at the first moon landing or the hope we hold for the discovery of new life forms on Mars? Microbes in the soil are in fact truly aliens to us, as we don't know the great majority of them. By using an analogy to space exploration, different questions about how we perceive soil research open up. In a context of social and ecological crisis, the soil exploration programs aim to bring focus down to the ground. The goal of this project is to push soil exploration forward and to show the possible implication of new microbial discoveries. 99% of soil bacteria are not cultivable in labs, therefore those microbes cannot be isolated and researched in detail. This represents not only a great lack of understanding of the biodiversity of planet Earth, but also a huge potential to solve existential problems that humanity is facing today and in the near future. In collaboration with soil researchers, this project focuses on improving soil microbe cultivation by developing a functioning device with which the bacteria can be cultivated for months in their natural environment. By using a filter with certain pore price, bacteria can be inoculated inside the device and then exposed to the surrounding soil without further contamination. In an iterative process, an existing tool, the isolation chip, was further developed to be easier to use and better adapt to modern lab work, and possible further applications were imagined.
The soil exploration device is composed of 3 parts with distinct functions, assembled in a multi-layered sandwich. The top layer consists of a transparent polycarbonate viewing plate. The material can withstand sterilization in an autoclave. A numbered grid engraved on its outer surface makes orientation easier. Tabs on the sides of the plate curve down to aid alignment of the pieces when assembling in sterilized conditions. The middle layer is a silicone 96 well plate, which serves to contain the cultivation medium. The wells are conical to prevent the medium from falling out during assembly, and their format suits standardized lab tools. When squished together, the material guarantees proper sealing of the device. Tabs are located on both sides to further aid manipulation. The bottom layer is made of a sintered stainless steel powder plate. Its pores of a size of 0.2 micrometers enable nutrients to pass through but are too small for new bacteria to enter the device. 10 tapped holes match the screws holding the device together.
The soil exploration program seeks to explore unknown microbial life and to drive public engagement on this topic. As a scientifically grounded, community-driven organization, our goal is to enable citizens to start cultivating new microbial species themselves, all around the world and in different kinds of soils, by providing citizens with the necessary tools and knowledge to accomplish this work. The purpose of the Soil Microbe Exploration Kit is to go beyond enhancing current cutting-edge research and to make this technology available to the general public. Together with scientists, we strive to go out into the world and to find new ways of interspecies collaboration. The soil exploration device is the first piece of a bigger infrastructure for collecting and uncovering the hidden microbial treasures below our feet. As a part of the kit, we envision a series of tests which could be done at home to find out more about the microbes at hand and to unpack their secret abilities. Over time, many new species and their biochemical functionalities could be gathered, collected, and categorized within a community biobank. This collection of microbial life would in a later step be used to create artificial communities with specific abilities like plastic degradation, antibiotic properties, or be used as fertilizers to restore damaged soil.
Thank you, team. Let's open it up to feedback from our judges. Corinne, I saw you first.
First of all, this is a wonderful concept. I really, really appreciate you framing this as the next frontier for exploration. Soil, this is so important. And I'm really fascinated by these pieces that stack together. And I just hope you could explain it a little bit more to me and let me know if I have this correct. So the top base plate is a sterile viewing plate. The middle 96 well is where you actually insert the microbes, the soil microbes. And then the base plate is a semi-permeable only to the nutrients. And then it's sandwiched together and it's in a sterile packet. And then that's taken out into the environment. And then it's put into the soil where the nutrients in the soil feed the isolates in the 96 well. Is that correct? In terms of what you showed. So, and I guess I'm just looking at it, wondering, are you collecting microbes or are you actually feeding the microbes in what you shared?
You understood it exactly correctly. It's based on previous device that was developed by Kim Lewis and Slava Epstein, and the paper is from 2002. And we made it much easier to use. So you inoculate the insides of the middle plate with the microbes that you have gathered in the field by diluting them in a solution until you have statistically only one microbe per well. And then once you've sealed it completely, you can place it back into its original environment, and it can grow for, in the case that we are working on, but it's open to any kind of soil, but we're specifically interested in permafrost and glacier ice. There it would stay for 1 to 3 months for it to grow, and then you have a big enough population inside that you can bring it back into the lab and culture it further there.
Great. So I just have one follow-up question. Since this is for the public, what is their ability? What are you imagining for that interface to be for them to view what happens after they return? This really exciting they've done the research, they've put it out in the environment, and they return it to you. What is the system of engagement for them to learn more about what they're contributing to?
So, okay, we thought a lot about this because it's one of the main drivers, right? How can people be engaged? And so we developed a few ideas how you at home could use it. The first idea was fertilizing soil. Like you go into your garden or in your local areas, then you can find maybe specific bacteria, which you then later could use for creating biofertilizations for the soil in your garden. And by that, you could also then make prints of these bacteria, these microbes or fungi, and send them to a lab where they can be stored and examined further, while you have still this bacteria at your home, which you can use for your garden, your plants, and keep your soil somehow safe. Other ideas are to work with plastics, for example, to find bacteria or fungi that can degrade plastics, which then you at home could build some kind of, we called it a plastic compost that you can feed with the microbes from your area and then use it to degrade the plastic. And I think those two ideas are the main the main thing right now that could be done at home, since it's safe enough, and also I think the tests are good enough developed to find this kind of bacteria and fungi.
Great. Ben, I think you had a question next.
Yeah, great presentation. Really like the concept and appreciate the imagery in the video that you put together, exploring the Earth and the moonscape kind of coloring that you use for that. It's really interesting. So I had a sort of a similar question, but maybe more on the science side, just digging a little bit deeper. Like, I wasn't quite clear, like, what is in the wells? You have a 96 well plate and a filter. Is it bacteria in the wells, like different bacteria in each of the 96 wells, or is it different media in each of the wells? And then kind of similar question on the back end, once you kind of do this experiment, enable everyone to do this experiment in their own backyard or wherever they want to do it on Earth, how do they interpret the results? Is there a way to, kind of that interface between the science and the person? How do they interpret what they see?
Yeah, so the wells would be filled with medium, with agar, for example, and then you inoculate this agar with bacteria that you get from soil in the field. So you, as I said before, dilute the soil in a solution, so you have statistically one bacteria per well. And so when it grows, you would have one colony of a single type of bacteria in each well. More or less. And then as for the interpretation, we were envisioning a series of tests, like Aurelian said, which you could do at home by simply pressing the well plate onto another plate, which is filled with a special compound. And in the case of the plastic degradation, for example, there's already an established process with this compound called impranil, which discolors when it is in contact with bacteria, which is able to decompose polyurethane. And so this would be a first step that could be done at home to recognize promising bacteria. And this could then, in a later stage, be sent into a lab and serve as a first screening to ease the research. Yes.
Unfortunately, I see that we have a few more judges that have questions, but we are running out of time. So unless anyone has the briefest of questions, I think we're going to have to move on. But thank you, judges, and thank you, students, for your wonderful presentation. That concludes the first session of panel 2. We're going to be back after a 15-minute break. Please enjoy the video reels we've put together. They include past BDC project videos, spotlights of artists from within our community, information about our sponsors, and so much more. They're really interesting, and we'll see you after the break.
Around 70% of Finland is covered by forests, making it one of the world's most forested countries. The forest industry here has thrived for centuries, and the proximity of nature to everyday life has created a deep cultural bond. Forests have helped people survive and evolve throughout time, providing countless resources at both the macro and micro scale. Finland's forests are not only cherished economically and recreationally, but also for research and education. Recent studies have shown biotechnological applications within the forest sector are a high priority in academia and industry alike, especially the utilization of side streams for bioenergy, biochemicals, and other food or pharmaceutical applications. Pine, spruce, and birch are the three major tree species found in Finnish forests, and the spruce tree has some particularly compelling properties. Similar to any tree, the spruce tree has layers of protection in the form of bark. Bark shields the inner systems of the tree against disease, animals, and insects with various chemical compounds. The type and amount of compounds are unique to each species. What makes spruce bark exceptional is its concentration of phenolic compounds within the inner bark portion of the tree. These compounds can be easily extracted and provide UV protective and antibacterial properties. The extract contains natural stilbens such as resveratrol. These compounds are strong blockers of UV radiation in the range of 200 to 350 nanometers, absorbing a large amount of the wavelengths most harmful to humans. Studies have shown these compounds to be comparable to commercial sunscreens in their UV absorptive capacity. The antibacterial properties result from a combination of several compounds, including stilbens and various resin acids. While no single compound explains the effect, the extract shows strong antimicrobial activity against a broad spectrum of bacteria. Currently, industrial wood processing involves removing bark and burning it for energy. With such valuable compounds going to waste, our team explored how to utilize this side stream in a more effective way. We asked ourselves, what if we could take the protective coating for trees and turn it into a protective coating for people? Spark Fabric utilizes microcapsule technology to embed spruce inner bark extract into man-made cellulose fibers, producing a protective fabric that is versatile, organic, and renewable. This embedding of spruce inner bark extract enables the creation of lightweight and breathable UV protective clothing for warm climates, shielding its user from harmful rays as well as preserving vibrant colors and fiber integrity. The fabric's antibacterial properties minimize body odor and allow for longer periods of use between wash cycles. These fabrics help resist pathogens, providing a more hygienic garment and responding to a growing desire for personal protection in public environments. Because bark is removed and burned as part of current industrial processing, the sourcing of spruce inner bark fits nicely into the existing system. The bark is collected from trees prior to storage in order to preserve the active compounds. Ethanol is added to the bark, mixing with its existing water content. The mixture is then heated and pressed to remove the liquid, leaving the entirety of the bark solids to be used for energy production. The ethanol is then recovered and recycled. The extract is then microencapsulated using the simple coacervation technique, with starch as the wall polymer. These microcapsules are attached to the fabric through a bath containing a binding agent and a catalyst. The walls of the microcapsules break down based on acidity, heat, moisture, and other factors, enabling a slow release of the extract over time. In this rapidly changing, highly populated world, consideration of a product's life cycle from beginning to end is vitally important. Spark fabrics are designed using renewable resources and industrial side streams. The extract is 100% natural, and attaching the microcapsules to man-made cellulose fibers creates a biodegradable fabric that is made entirely from trees. The forest is precious. In our product, it provides inspiration, chemical compounds, and composition of the fabric itself. Our mission is to gather and utilize these resources in a way that protects the user as well as the environment it is sourced from, ensuring the health and longevity of these forests. For some extra protection, Spark, Shield of Spruce.
We mass ourselves for supper. We raid in search of lunch. First course is legs of cricket. Leaf litter bugs for brunch. We rest and nest together in sheltered bivouac. When dawn shines down upon us, we rouse for our attack. How do we do this mischief? How does our colony unfold? Chart a course through parts uncharted, seeking tasty treats untold. Pheromones, 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 pheromones show the way.
Playing with dirt, contrary to contemporary belief, is good for you. Early contact for children with soil has been proven to boost immune responses and increase serotonin levels. But even people who spend time in nature are getting exposed to fewer and fewer types of microbiota. As designers who have been based in the Netherlands, we look to this soil context, and Rotterdam in particular. Rotterdam is a space where numerous industries have taken place. Much of the soil in this part of the country has been polluted. Biodiversity across all aspects of life is decreasing, an example being 70% decrease in insects globally. There is a need for rediversifying our urban spaces to act as carbon sinks and biodiversity hotspots. But wouldn't this require immense logistics and communal trust? We propose the Dirty Playground. The Dirty Playground positions play as a multi-species activity that unravels over time, positioning probiotic design for public space. It suggests using ecological succession as a framework for multi-generational use. Through the process of ecological succession, the playground soil microbiome over time resembles the richness and biodiversity of a mature forest. In Rotterdam, for a playground to be made, it has to be voted on by the community. For the Dirty Playground to happen, we first identified community centers in the local area where we could collectively choose the site. We collaborated with a soil microbiologist from the Wageningen University to gain a clear picture of what the soil topography is like in this area. A section of public space is selected and chosen for the task. The first stage is an analysis of the soil. If the soil is contaminated, bioremediation takes place in the form of a watery swamp park. Oxygenated water is channeled into the groundwater below the soil, using play tools designed to allow people to take part. Once remediated, it's time to begin the laying of the forest floor. To nudge the process of ecological succession to reach a beneficial state, healthy soil is brought from a neighboring forest. By inoculating ecologically poor soil with mature soil, this enables the surrounding area to reach a mature stage of biodiversity faster. A messy meadow then grows from the inoculated soil, full of perennial flowers. At this point, we begin building the playground. Using some of the remediated soil, rammed earth structures are built with the local community that selected the site. These structures are built with biodiverse, rich soil and provide practical tools for play. By applying rammed earth techniques, play becomes an intergenerational creative activity. Plants and trees are then planted from the local territory, leading to the stages of a young forest. Over time, the young forest is replaced by a mature forest, and the soil microbiome has become enriched and similar to the donor forest it received its ecology from. Every year, if rammed earth structures need to repair, they can be mended by the healthy soil around, recycling the soil and ensuring children have a wider access to a growing, healthy forest microbiome. The Dirty Playground signals a shift in which longer natural processes, such as succession, need to be addressed as a crucial element of urban design. On the city scale, it shows how our timeframes for built projects need to adapt to allow for more than human kin to thrive in our urban spaces. By designing a public recreational space with stages of succession, we see the potential of urban space becoming inclusive to all forms of life, strengthening and sharing our soil heritages, and a new approach to rewild cities.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our videos during the break. We're going to kick off the second session of panel 2 with the team from Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana.
The magical aspect of nature can be found even in the most intimate and tiny of places. Even when one finds themselves in the epitome of human advancement, that of the concrete jungle of the modern world. Welcome to our neighborhood. La Nueva Tenochtitlan is a place full of culture, tradition, gastronomy, ancestral knowledge, and neighbors who have lived here their whole lives.
Sí, aquí en la colonia, desde el 1946.
Within this neighborhood, there is a public space called Pilares, a government program that functions as a network of points of innovation, freedom, art, education, and knowledge. It is a small cultural center, which hosts a great diversity of people, most of them older adults.
Mi nombre es Anastasia Martínez Corona.
Yo, Eulalia González Rodríguez.
Mi nombre es Eusebio Ramírez Guzmán.
They offer a variety of free activities, including watercolor, cutting and making, cosmetology, jewelry, and an urban garden in which we will develop our design proposal. This magical place has a variety of local plants, such as quelites, hierba mora, quintoniles, verdolagas, etc. Pollinators and ancestral knowledge that our grandparents share day by day.
Pero fue el último que nos quedaba porque habían muchos establos aquí en varios lugares de las colonias.
Sí.
But if everything is so magical, why our interest in working in this space? Well, they use a lot of plastics and don't have enough materials.
No hay los utensilios necesarios para hacer muchas cosas.
Pollinators die every time they prune the weeds. And the knowledge of our ancestors is gradually disappearing.
Una lástima que la ciudad se haya comido a esa tradición popular que subsistía incluso en la ciudad.
To solve these problems, our proposal is to reconfigure the urban garden for a better use of knowledge, materials, waste, and space. 3D printed by sculptors made from a mixture of Zacatecas clay, horse manure, tepojal, ash, and local plant seeds will be installed. Their function will be to increase the diversity of pollinators, offering them a new home in these living sculptures. Within the space created by the biosculptors, there will be an experimental laboratory for the creation of biomaterials. Theoretical practical workshops will be offered to users to learn how to create materials to replace the use of some plastics within the garden, applicable to germinators, pots, or containers. The intention of these workshops is to encourage experimentation with vegetables garden, ways to create effective techniques that can reduce the current environmental problems. Knowledge for any ethnic cultural group will disappear in time if it were not transmitted, feedback, and recreated by each generation according to their context, values, and experiences, while knowledge is dynamic and constantly changing. We will create a seed bank with local plants, medicinal, and rituals. This will allow to know the diversity of this region and facilitate the exchange of seeds with other urban gardens. Virtually, different types of content will be created for our social networks, such as YouTube podcasts, Reels, and Instagram posts. The magic of this reconfiguration is concentrated in the ease it has to be replicable, not only in urban gardens, but in any public, private, and personal space. The proposals are versatile and work very well as a system and also individually. We keep our user at the center. In the same way that our seats cover our sculpture, we're trying to encompass all the needs of our users. They're not sculptures made by humans for humans, but an ecosystem made by the members of the ecosystem. We are a community that cares a lot about nature, and we want to show the world a natural alternative for this concrete jungle.
All right, let's open up the floor for feedback from our judges. Carrie, why don't you start?
Hi, that was lovely. I really appreciate how you talked with, the local folks who are using this space and other people. And it looked like from a lot of your videos that you had already tried some maybe get-togethers and projects and things. I was wondering if you could just elaborate on that and tell us more about all the folks you talked to and what kinds of trials you've already held, because it looked like in some of the videos, and I just want you to get full credit for everyone that you talked to and work with.
You guys might need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Well, the community, it's very, I don't know how to say, very lovely, and they are older, and so I don't know, I think they are really kind people.
It's like a grandparent for us. Super, super kind, and always talk a lot of the history of of our neighborhood. So in this chit chat, in the workshops, it's super. I know.
Okay.
It's super.
¿Qué quieres decir?
Yeah.
So the knowledge that transmitted in that chit chat, we are trying to recover that knowledge and post on social networks, so we can transmit for all the world these talks. And
Great, thank you. Jean, do you have a question?
Sure. I want to commend you on doing something at the grassroots level, which I think is great. And I know a little bit about community gardening and sort of people and bugs. And I want you to speak a little bit about what drove the shape of your sculpture. Did you look at bug behavior? Did you look at kind of different nests and how they might prefer certain shapes or other shapes? And then how that might be taken advantage of by the, sort of the farmers that are growing particular crops in there. So I just wondered if you had some thoughts about that.
Yeah. Actually, the form we use to these sculptures, it's made specifically for the growth of plants. So and fungus inside the sculptures. So these little spaces between the walls, it's very useful for the fungus. And where the plants grow in the video, we show you the 4 flora that grows in our neighborhood. So that's the seeds we put in that sculpture. So when the plants grow, the pollinators can live there the government can prune that plant. So yeah, we study the movements of the bugs that live in our urban garden.
Great, thank you. I think we might actually have to move on if that's all right. Thank you for your presentation. That was great. Our next team that we're going to hear from is Savannah College of Art and Design.
Glass is all around us. It's a part of our everyday lives. From a bottle of wine at a dinner party, to food containers, to cleaning supplies, glass is a material so often used that we tend to forget it's there. But after we've used it, what happens to this glass? Here in our town of Savannah, Georgia, residents rely on single-stream recycling. This means that we throw all of our recyclable materials into one bin where it's sent off to be sorted by Pratt Industries, our city-contracted recycling plant. Normally, glass would be separated out, cleaned, broken down, and processed into glass cullet to be remade into new glass products. This forms a closed-loop system for the glass product lifecycle. However, in order for this model to work, you need the right facilities to process glass and consumers willing to buy it to reuse. Herein lies a major problem. Although glass is 100% recyclable, Savannah lacks glass recycling infrastructure. This means that all of our glass goes straight from recycling facilities to the landfill. Not only is this a massive waste of a renewable material, it's also a huge waste of energy. Based on national figures outlined by the EPA, we can deduce that over 5,000 tons of glass waste are generated by the city's residents. That's 5,000 tons of recyclable glass being lost to landfills. Obviously, glass is a major problem in Savannah. So what can we do about it? First, we must build multi-stream infrastructure and educate the public on how to use it. Second, we need to decrease the distance between recycled glass stakeholders. Glass is heavy, so it's more cost-effective to recycle it locally. Here at VAIR, we sought to combat the issue of glass waste while involving our community and educating the public. We wanted to go big, to think about more than just recycling, to actually encouraging behavioral change. Glass can be so much more than just glass, and we want to harness its potential.
So where does our name come from? VAIR translates to glass in French, and in Old English, it stands for truth, clarity, and looking toward the future. Our goal is to create a brighter future, one that connects industry, commerce, and the community to establish a closed material life cycle. Discover some innovative ways to tackle glass waste. The most promising opportunity came about when we decided to expand our scope and also address the city food waste problem. Nationally, food waste accounts for 21.6% of all municipal solid waste generated. Since Savannah has no citywide compost program, we designed a system that harnesses the food waste our city produces and uses it to add in our glass recycling system. Placed initially in Savannah city squares and parks, our VAIR station combines action with education, creating a profoundly positive impact on the city people. We want VAIR to serve two main stakeholders: our 334,000 local residents and the 14.8 million tourists that visit the city each year. So let's dive in. The VAIR system consists of two parts: our VAIR station and our main production site. We have designed our stations to be embedded in the existing city infrastructure. In our initial phase, these stations will be placed in Savannah's famous squares and parks for visitor and resident use. We wanted our VAIR stations to be holistic, addressing glass, plastic, and food waste while providing an educational experience. That is why stations have 3 deposit chambers, one for glass waste, one for plastic, and one for the food waste. Our VER system operates at the intersection of play and learning. Our first criteria: they need to be fun. Users can turn glass bottles from trash to customized souvenirs with our unique bottle cutting, sanding, and engraving system. To use the station, you will first need a bottle. You place the bottle into the glass cutting chamber, slide the protective door shut, and begin turning the manual crank on the side. Next, our mechanized sander will make quick work of smoothing out any rough edges from the cut, so the glass will be safe to drink from. After you remove your glass, you can place the new cup into our etching chamber. Inside, a glass laser will engrave a design of your choice. You can pick a pre-made design, such as the city logo and emblem, or you can make your own logo using the touchscreen on the station. In 1 to 3 minutes, the engraver will etch the glass. Once it's finished, you will have a finished souvenir cup to take home with you. We also include the option for you to leave your customized glass bottle you don't want to take home at the VER station. We will make them into park decoration. We will thread a glass bottle and light bulb together to create a series of lights with Savannah identity. This will light the walkways at night, allowing visitors and residents to experience the fun of repurposing glass. The VER station. We wanted to have a self-powered unit that doesn't require electricity from a power line. This is where we decided to harness the actual power of food waste. All food waste collected at the site will be anaerobically digested to power the system. In order to prevent unpleasant smells, we seal the waste below ground. Within our food waste depository, we design a base shell and sensor. The shell will catch all food waste thrown into the bin and has a pressurized seal to keep the digester closed tight. On this shell, a 3-part infrared, metal, and light sensor will flag any non-food substance accidentally thrown into the chamber. The site of the station will include information detailing the process of anaerobic digestion. Lastly, at all VER stations, we also will collect plastic waste. This will be sent to the city recycling facility, which does recycle plastic.
Now that we've covered the VER stations, let's take a look at the main production site. It will serve as VER's home base and will be where all of the remaining food and glass waste produced by the city will be processed. The site will host an industrial anaerobic digester, one that can operate on a massive scale. The energy generated will be used to fire the kiln on site, where recycled glass will be processed. This will ensure greater efficiency, and expected energy overages can be sold to the city grid at a profit. Glass waste on site will first be processed into cullet and then fused in the kiln. Later, it can be used by local artisans to make unique items. From bowls, plates, and cups to bespoke chandeliers and fused stained glass, these items will be sold to tourists and to local restaurants and hotels, generating additional income for a self-sustaining VER infrastructure. We will also donate glassware to shelters, schools, and community groups throughout the city. Our main site will require deep community involvement and maintenance. It will create local jobs, require the expertise of Savannah's master glassmakers and artisans, and will serve as a central point where the community can come together and learn about reimagining our waste to create new opportunities. We want VER to serve as a stepping stone for the creation of sustainable waste management by the City of Savannah. From the UN Sustainable Development Goals, VER addresses numbers 7, 9, 11, and 12. When we first start VER, we will only have stations located in city squares, since they are the most trafficked areas. Because of this, VER won't reach all of the city's residents at the start. However, we want to make sure that this initiative is citywide and equally distributed, involving communities that have been underserved in Savannah's past. We see a great opportunity to expand collection sites into more residential areas throughout the city and provide enhanced education specialized to residents as VER grows. The future of VER is full of possibility. We see our model expanding to other cities around the US and eventually around the world. We believe the solution to glass waste can be found in localized, effective recycling infrastructure. The VARE model can be applied to other towns and cities, empowering them to take charge of their own waste management. As we look to our collective future, we want to break through the glass ceiling of waste to discover new ways of managing our product life cycles. Our goal at VARE is to be as ubiquitous as glass, a seamless part of daily life. Won't you join us? VARE, redefining the waste streams of our future.
All right, let's open it up to questions from our judges. Jean, why don't you go?
So this is great. Thank you very much for this presentation. I'd like to hear a little bit about why you decided to make these sort of off-site kind of units. And did you consider that glass needs to be separated by color for it to be upcycled? So those are my two questions.
Those are great questions. I guess I can take this one, Zoe, if that's all right. So we definitely had included both primarily, and were you referring to the individual units? Was that your first question? So that was more because we want to make sure the community is involved and that it has a presence. We think all too often, especially in the US and in our cities, just all food waste tends to just be sent away immediately. So people don't necessarily see how it's managed and where it ends up. So we wanted to create that visibility, and we figured that the town squares are one of the biggest tourist attractions in the city. So we wanted that to be incorporated and present so that people are thinking about it as they travel around the city, and then residents who live here. The second question, as far as sorting, yes, we have included that. There would be a sorting process at the start of the facility. We didn't really get to cover that in the video, but it would have a sorting component so that when it's melted into glass cullet, it would have individual chambers where that would be located.
Great. Sabria?
Hi, thank you. Very creative. And so my question is, it sort of seemed like, at least in the video, the plastic component of your unit, the plastic part sort of felt like an afterthought, meaning like because lots of recycling units have, ways to sort different types, you wanted to add plastic instead of maybe just focusing on glass. Because to me, if someone comes and uses your unit and there's this very creative way to potentially reuse their glass product versus just throwing their plastic bottle in there, it sort of still seems like the problem is still there of like working with the infrastructure or really even making sure that plastic gets really recycled. So had you thought about only just focusing on glass, and what is the kind of narrative around the plastic portion, and where do you think that goes?
That's a great question. And yeah, that was something that we sort of grappled with when we did initial research on the food waste or just waste system of Savannah. So Pratt Industries, the recycling company that Savannah works with, they do actually have a pretty robust plastics recycling program. So we didn't want to mess with what works. And our main concern was with those individual stations, we didn't want people accidentally throwing plastic into either the food waste one or into the glass collection. So we wanted to make sure, because multi-stream recycling is so important, at least we see it as really important for the future. We wanted to make sure that people are getting used to experiencing that and sorting their waste as they go. So that was the main reason we included it in that way. And we know there's probably more we could do to provide educational components in that section. For this initial phase, we thought that would probably be the best way to start.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, team. So next up, we're going to hear a presentation from Universidad de Los Andes.
Did you know that according to the WWF, every week, every person in the world consumes the equivalent of one credit card in microplastics, and that we ingest these microplastics mainly through water consumption? How can we harness the great biodiversity of Colombia to tackle this silent killer? At Must Go, we have the technology, the knowledge, and the passion to make coastal homes that lack access to aqueducts free of microplastics. Must Go is a product that blends the millenary powers of the moss and the latest advances in biotechnology, which is designed to retain microplastics and reduce the presence of some microorganisms from household water sources. First, let's talk about moss and the páramos, a unique ecosystem found only at the highest Andes mountains in Latin America. In Colombia, the most diverse country on the planet per square kilometer, are almost 1,000 moss species registered. The greatest abundance of moss is found in the Interandean valleys, especially in the páramos. We, the Moss-Go team, visited one of the largest páramo ecosystems in Colombia, Chingaza. There, we interviewed páramo residents, park officers, and researchers. This visit was key to understanding the function that moss, a tiny but very relevant species, performs on a fragile balance of the whole ecosystem and how communities perceive the benefits it provides. Moss plays a fundamental role in the páramo, especially Sphangum moss, a very special type of moss, since it is capable of retaining up to 40 times its weight in water and then releasing it in dry season, contributing to the regulation of the water cycle. In addition to water regulation, Sphangum moss has exceptional function capacities, as it has been demonstrated that it is capable of detecting and retaining microplastics that are floating in the water. According to environmental engineers Catherine Bolaños and Cristian Rengifo of the César Vallejo University in Peru, they found that Sphangum moss presented an efficiency of 94.63% in elimination of microplastics present in household drinking water. This is achieved thanks to the fact that its phylidia have hyaline cells with porous membranes that retain the microplastics in their interior when water passes through them, functioning as a natural filter. Why are microplastics so problematic, and what can Moss-Go do about it? There are a few studies. Recent evidence suggests that microplastics damage human cell walls, generate allergies, and cause death of some cells. Plastic is everywhere. It is hard to imagine modern life without it. According to a 2019 UN report, 300 million tons of plastic waste are produced annually, which is the equivalent to the weight of the entire human population. And of this, 13 million tons of plastics are dumped into the oceans every year, affecting biodiversity, the economy, and people's health. This waste eventually turns into microplastics. Microplastics are the product of the degradation of plastic waste. There are plastic particles smaller than 5 millimeters, a size so small that they are imperceptible to the human eye. They have been detected in commercial table salt, placenta, blood, and human lungs. Colombia's biodiversity is such that in the same territory there coexist two ecosystems as different as the páramo and the most beautiful beaches in the coast that connects Barranquilla, Santa Marta, and Cartagena. How can two ecosystems so distant and so different from each other be united to improve people's life quality? In Colombia, according to a study conducted by the Center of Hydraulic Research of the Tecnológico University of Panama, the highest concentrations of microplastics are found in the Caribbean, mainly in Cartagena, Santa Marta, and Barranquilla. Austin Garcés, a researcher at the Institute of Marine and Coastal Research in Colombia, said that in the Caribbean coast, up to 8,000 microplastics per liter of water can be found filtering into water sources for human consumption. Considering also that in many of these areas of the country, the water is not 100% potable, and the majority of vulnerable communities lack access to aqueducts, it can be concluded that the Colombian coastal households are the most prone to not consuming quality water and suffer from hydrologic stress. We visited some of the coastal communities and made observations on domestic water consumption in Barranquilla and Cartagena, and found that culturally, water that comes directly from the tap is not used for drinking, as it is customary to use bottled water or to boil it to ensure its potability. The water that comes directly from the tap in coastal cities is used for cooking or washing dishes. Thus, in each plate of rice, soup, or any other preparation, plastic microparticles are filtered into organisms of Colombian coastal people. The Moss-Go team wanted to test the presence of microplastics in coastal water and the potential of moss in retaining these microparticles by themselves. Initially, the samples underwent a series of microscopic tests to observe the presence of these particles in the water of Colombian coast. As a positive control for the presence of microplastics, we intentionally added toothpaste residues to distilled water. As a negative control, we used distilled water alone. In the first two samples, a positive result was obtained for bluish microparticles consistent with microplastics. To obtain a better measure of the effectiveness of Sphangum moss, both the positive control and the coastal water were centrifuged at 5,000 rpm for 5 minutes, obtaining the microplastic sediments to carry out the experiment with dry moss in different quantities. Finally, the MOSGO team proved that the moss cells have an effectiveness in capturing microplastic in water, showing a 1-to-1 effectiveness. With our experimentation process and based on the most recent academic studies, MOSGO was born. MOSGO is a filter that is composed of 6 parts. The first is the moss star, which is a porous cellulose membrane filled with 280 grams of dried sphagnum moss. Dried moss is even more powerful in retaining microplastics compared to living moss tissue. The second is the container, made of stainless steel. The third is a stainless steel helix that, together with part 4, a metallic spinner, allows the centrifugal movement that generates the separation of the water and the solids in it, in this case, microplastics. When the moss membrane comes into contact with water, it manages to absorb and capture the microplastics and allow the passage of water free of them. The fifth is the outer shell, inspired by the shape of the hyaline cells that cover the entire filter. And finally, an inclined base made of stainless steel, which allows Pascal's principle to be fulfilled by having an inclined angle allowing the water to enter at a specific pressure. Now, how does it work? MOSGO is connected by a hose to any pipe or water source, letting water pass directly to the filtering chamber. This is a hybrid technology in which it takes technical and bio features based on a principle of helical gravimetry. Since its helix constantly rotates on its axis, it allows water to rise with the even minimum pressure. Its constant circular motion allows the water to permeate the porous membrane of dry moss surrounding the system, generating a minimal but effective centrifugation, so that microplastics particles are adhere to this membrane. Due to the density and capacity of the filtering membrane, MOSGO manages to capture 80 grams of microplastic, the equivalent of 16 credit cards. 16 credit card less in our organism every 2 months, which is the suggested time to change the membrane.
MOSGO has a life cycle based on circular economy. Nothing is waste, we do not generate impact on sensitive ecosystems, and everything is transformed.
We will implement a buy one, give one business model, in which for every filter that is bought, we will donate one filter to a vulnerable coastal household.
It all starts in the buffer areas of Páramos close to Bogota, where sphagnum moss is grown in specialized nurseries that mimic the natural conditions of the páramo, so that they grow properly without the need to intervene or alter any existing ecosystem. In solar energy dehydration chambers, the moss is dried, potentiating its absorption capacity and reducing the amount of weight and therefore the energy required for its transportation. Then, the dried moss travels to our production plant in the coast, where the cellulose membrane is manufactured with the moss inside, and all the parts of the filter are assembled, packed together with 3 moss star replacement and sent to the distribution points. Every 2 months, the moss star must be changed for a new one. We're looking for partners that are capable of utilizing these microplastic residues for other processes. Sustainable Development Goal number 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, states a universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. For the MOSGO team, elimination of microplastics in drinking water is a priority. With our solution, we seek to support and include the communities involved in order to improve water management and sanitation together. We are confident that our product will achieve a great decrease in the consumption of microplastics in Colombia. But we firmly believe that this product has a high scalability potential and can be applied in every part of the world. Want to have microplastics-free water? Join the MOSGO revolution and let the moss and the nature be the master.
All right, let's open it up to questions from our judges. Ben, why don't you start us?
Yeah, that was a great presentation. Really good videography too. I love the 3-dimensional models you've got, and a lot of the effects that you applied to that to communicate what the concept, which is a really great concept. And scientifically, you also did an amazing job going to the lab and doing the experiments. So I had a question. You mentioned that the filter would absorb the equivalent of 16 credit cards worth of microplastics in 2 months. And I don't have a great sense of what that means in terms of microplastics because they're so small. Is that a lot of microplastics? Is that a small amount of microplastics? And how would that compare to, I guess, a normal or a different, more conventional filtration system?
Hi, thanks so much for your question. We did the calculation with the help of biologists that help us, and also our laboratory experimentation to learn how many microplastics can the sphangum moss actually absorb. So we make the calculus that the WWF says that every person in the world consumes one credit card every week. So what we did with the calculus is that the sphangum moss in 2 months can absorb the amount of 80 grams of microplastic. So that 80 grams are approximate 16 credit cards, like in weight. That's like the calculus we made.
And is it like a comparison to like a traditional filtration system? Is that 80 grams? Is that a...
Well, from our investigation, from the possible competitors on what filters are actually in the marketplace, or at least in the Colombian marketplace, none have specialized filtering for microplastics. They have carbon filters and other kind of filters that made it potable, but they not necessarily have a filter for microplastics. And for example, in some cities, we don't use filters, we use directly tap water. So that makes the consumption of microplastics inevitable. So there's not much comparison with filters because there are not much filters that have the microplastic factor.
Great. Carrie, I think you're next.
Yeah, I thanks, guys. I agree that your presentation was really great. And I really appreciate the amount of field work that you did and talking to people. So my question is, so once your filter is done, like at the end of those 2 months, and it's captured all those microplastics, what do you do with the filter and where do the plastics go? We clearly, like, you could biodegrade the filter, but then you still have the microplastics out in the world. So what do you do with that?
Thank you so much also for your question. Yes, for taking into account that the only part that needs to be changed for the filter is the moss membrane, because all the others are planned to be in stainless steel to have a long life cycle. That's actually one of our biggest challenges, and that's actually our next step. We're looking for partners that help us to understand what can we do with this moss star, because actually the microplastics, once they go through the moss membrane, they are in there for forever. It's really hard to separate them. So we did some investigation, and taking into account that the cellulose membrane and the moss inside could be biodegradable, but it has microplastics inside, we know there's a chance and there's a possibility to make a kind of bioplastic from it, to use it in something. But that's, I think, our next step is to find allies to help us actually to close that life cycle from that part of the filter. That's something we're really trying to work on, because we know we have to do something with that residue.
Unfortunately, that's all the questions we have time for. The next team we're going to welcome onto the stage is KEA Copenhagen School of Design and Technology.
Today, the fashion industry is based on a linear value chain that negatively impacts people and the planet. Only 1% of all clothing produced is recycled today. All the rest is wasted or burned. To produce this amount of clothes, more than 2% of all cultivable land is occupied by crops such as cotton. With Science Society, we want to tackle these main problems related to the fashion industry. First, smarter resources are needed. The fashion industry relies on non-renewable resources, and the fiber production occupied precious land, undermining food production. Second, microplastic pollution in our waters is a consequence of the use of traditional plastics such as polyester, which is currently the most widely used fiber in the world. Third, unsustainable production and consumption patterns have caused cities and waters to be highly polluted, affecting the health of citizens and terrestrial and marine biodiversity. Fourth, changing consumer habits. Consumers cannot change their patterns of consumption due to the lack of alternatives, and outsourcing manufacturing makes it even harder to understand the actual cost of our lifestyles. This must stop, and we have found a way to do it. We want the future to be different, and we plan on acting towards our goal by using microalgae as a resource for future products. Algae are photosynthetic organisms that have proven an excellent raw material for many different applications, among which are foods, food, dyes, cosmetics, constructions, and also textiles. Cyanobacteria are key players who are being thoroughly studied in the field of synthetic biology in the hopes of achieving better performances and reducing costs for its harvest in the future. There are two main areas where algae can help us achieve our sustainable innovation. The first is using living microalgae to filter the air and the water around us. They are already being applied to building facades to clean the city air, while at the same time providing thermal insulation through the water mass to the building. The second is related to the ability of microalgae to generate bioplastics. These materials are biodegradable polymers that can potentially substitute traditional fossil-based plastics. Their untapped potential for industrial application is our focus. Cyanobacteria's photosynthetic process can turn sunlight into energy and clean the air by fixating carbon dioxide into biomass. Algae then use this biomass to create biofuels and bioplastics. To grow biomass, cyanobacteria need a carbon source. We therefore asked ourselves, what if we could embed these functions? Cleaning the air in our cities via photosynthesis while recycling waste and producing renewable raw materials like bioplastic, thanks to a product-service system that involves users and companies in collective consumption and production. Science Society is a revolutionary way to produce and use garments and accessories. It actively involves both users and the company, providing them with shared value and a business model in which both are equally important and live in a symbiotic relationship. We believe that if users are company shareholders, sourcing raw materials for companies to turn them into, for instance, bioplastics, can help make these two leading players more interdependent. The journey starts with sourcing cyanobacteria, which are selected by species and harvested in a factory close to the city. The companies responsible for sourcing the cyanobacteria and ensuring constant availability at the production site, along with providing sealed pockets that contain living bacteria to be harvested by the users. These pockets provide a controlled environment, which is optimal for the harvesting process and prevents contamination. The production of biomass for PHA production can be optimized by reducing the nutrient content of the pocket, nitrum and phosphorus, and by feeding carbon to the bacteria. The carbon source for growth is both the carbon fixated from the air by photosynthesis and by feeding food and material waste. The main target are people who live in big cities, where the majority is projected to live by 2040. But this model is suitable for anybody who wants to improve the air quality of the place they live in and give waste a second life. Users can choose a product from an online portal where they can customize it to meet their needs, ensuring its longevity. Once the order has been submitted, the company will produce the garment or accessory through digital fabrication techniques, automating the process and optimizing resources. The product is delivered to the customer via a local distribution network, avoiding long-distance shipments. The user can now take part in the process. The product is made of bioplastic and embeds living cyanobacteria. The bacteria contained keeps on fixating CO2 from the air and other carbon to grow biomass. The act of consuming turns from being passive and harmful to impacting the life of the citizens positively and providing locally sourced raw material for further industrial applications. Although these products are harmless and can be biodegraded in a few months, product longevity and durability are still in the focus. For this reason, the user will be able to substitute the cyanobacteria pockets once they've exhausted their function and accumulated enough biomass to be further processed. The exhausted bacteria will be sent to the factory and the PHA is harvested, while the company will provide new pockets to keep the process going. We believe this will educate users and companies on how circularity and material sourcing can be embedded into everyday lives and change consumers' habits forever. But what kind of product is suitable for this purpose? The bioplastic created by cyanobacteria is called PHA and its properties are similar to those of polyester. PHA can be hard plastic and a transparent film or a fiber. As a garment, it can take any shape or function. As a first trial, we designed a raincoat made of a PHA transparent film, which has been colored with spirulina for aesthetical purposes. Spirulina's color can vary from a dark green to a cyan blue. A raincoat is a garment we wear outside on top of underclothes. Therefore, it will catch much light, enabling the bacteria to reproduce and do the photosynthetic process in the pockets. We believe cyanobacteria are the key to close material loops involving users as peer contributors to sustainable development and clean circular solutions. We want to rid ourselves of disconnected outsourcing solutions and aim to be once again directly involved in production to see the actual cost of our lifestyle.
All right, let's get questions from our judges. Carrie, why don't you start us?
I can always do a question. Thanks for your presentation. I first wanted to clarify something. So cyanobacteria, you've called it algae, but it's not, it's bacteria. And I think that's an important point to get across. My question is, so how are you going to prevent the cyanobacteria from producing cyanotoxins, which can be very bad for humans, their pets, are what really are the components of harmful algal blooms. How do you envision actually, keeping these products safe?
Yes, it's something that we have looked into, and we found out that cyanotoxins are generated when the cyanobacteria has a lot of nutrients and can reproduce a lot, while to create the bioplastic, we have to create the opposite kind of environment. So we have to reduce the nutrients in order to optimize the production of biomass. So we thought we could kind of control this environment, and that's why we designed these pockets to be sealed, so they cannot be contaminated, or maybe the chemicals that are inside it are something that's controlled by the producers.
Corinne?
I'm just curious, are your cyanobacteria aerobic or anaerobic? If they're in a sealed container or attachment, are they semi-permeable? I'm just curious about the system integration. And then my second question is, are they removable? So what does that system look like? Or do you just recycle the whole garment together? Just curious about the system design.
So the first is about if the air can get through. Sorry, I didn't really get the first question.
Yes, whether your work, is it aerobic or anaerobic? Does it breathe in a sealed container that you don't want leaking, kind of thing?
Yeah, so the material, so the molecules of the bioplastic are big enough for the carbon to go through, but not so big that the bacteria can go out. So the bacteria can absorb the carbon dioxide from the air, it can breathe, but it cannot leak from this material. That's what we found. And the second one was like, it needs to be like pockets. So there will be a pocket on the garment, and then there will be a bag with the cyanobacteria that you could put in the pocket, and then you can like take it in and out when the cyanobacteria is dead and need to be refilled with new cyanobacteria. Then the customer can take it out and send it to the company, and then you can get a new like bag to put in the pocket. So it's not the whole garment that need to be biodegradable afterwards. It's only like the bag you need to send back and forth, if it makes sense.
Great. Sabria?
Hi, everyone. So I really appreciate the inclusion of the actual users in the solution. I think it gives them a sense of agency in terms of, like I said, being part of the solution. But kind of if we think about scale, or if we think about really reaching the masses, have you given thought to what your marketing or what the narrative would be to actually get people to wear this? Because as I'm sure maybe you know, or just the kind of phrasing around microorganisms or bacteria, like in your clothes, might not necessarily give off the vibe that you might want. So had you given thought about, like I said, just kind of the strategy around the communication of getting enough people to want to do this?
Yeah, so that's something that we also have to look into right now. So basically our target audience is in the main city, so where there is city pollution, where people are actively trying to be included in the process, and the marketing strategy, exactly, we have to look into that. Yeah. We haven't looked into that thoroughly yet. That's probably our next step that we're looking into. Yeah.
But can I add something? I think that one good strategy would be to make it feel like it's a normal thing to do, like not as something like crazy new or like super weird, but actually that's why we also try to represent our garment, because we want it to look beautiful and I think
aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, because with this cyanobacteria you can obtain different shades of color from blue to green, so there's actually a lot that you can play with and that you can customize. And also when the user customizes their own garment, they are so emotionally attached to it because it's their own, and they actually are part of the process of making it. So yeah, we really believe in this like trend of customization, and I think it could be a strategy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much. All right, so we're going to move on to our final presentation of the day, which is from Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Hello, Biodesign community. Today we are representing the University of Buenos Aires with our project SMICO. We are an interdisciplinary team of students majoring in biology, industrial, and interactive design. We gathered together in this project because we are concerned about a silent yet obvious issue. Did you pay attention the last time you were walking down the street? Did you notice something in the ground? When was the last time someone was tossing their cigarette butt next to you? It's not just one cigarette butt that is being thrown away to the streets, it's millions of them, per year. They are in our soil, in the water we use, the seas, rivers, threatening all sorts of organisms. More than 6 trillion cigarettes are sold each year. While smoking may only take a few minutes, the ends thrown away remain in our ecosystem forever. These filters are made out of cellulose acetate, a type of plastic that only breaks down into smaller pieces, known as microplastics. Less than a nanometer long and incapable of decomposing through biological processes, they adversely affect life, from microorganisms to whales. Humans are not safe either. Studies have already found microplastics running through our blood. The problem doesn't start here. Are you aware of the pollution that the cellulose acetate industry generates? They release dust and fumes that affect air quality, and large quantities of effluents that poison our water. So many bad things coming from a tiny piece of plastic. What can we do about it? As Janine Benyus once said, natural organisms have managed to do everything we want to do without fossil fuels, polluting the planet, or mortgaging the future. We believe that we can create an alternative to regular smoking filters. One that can be biofabricated, non-plastic, and biodegradable. This is how we came up with SMICO, a project that aims to create an alternative to regular smoking filters derived from fungi mycelium growth. It is known that mycelium, a complex network of fibrous fungal cell chains called hyphae, can be grown into almost any shape we want. While adjusting environmental conditions, different substrates, and chemical or mechanical treatments, you can achieve a wide variety of material properties. Using fungi's ability to consume lignin-rich substrates, we imagined different ways in which mycelium can be grown into a filter. The goal is to generate a mixture of substrate-grown mycelium onto the surface, and air mycelium into the empty space left inside. The dense net of air mycelium that's created is aimed to filter the smoke, preventing large particles from entering the lungs and letting it cool through its way. To achieve this, we teamed up with the Laboratory of Experimental Mycology from our university to develop and grow prototypes for Smyco. We designed a model consisting of a rigid tube with a smaller detachable rod on the inside. The tube was filled with substrate inoculated with Ganoderma fungus and left to colonize. In this stage, mycelium will grow onto the substrate and around the detachable rod. Once it has been fully colonized, the rod is detached, leaving an empty space for air mycelium to grow. After a week, we could already see a thick mesh of hyphae forming. Through experimentation, we found that the substrate used can be either chopped or laminar. In the last case, different laser-cut patterns were tried, providing a variety of internal structures for the mycelium to grow onto. Once fully grown, the resulting cylinder would be heat-dried and cut into smaller sections. The final product would have hydrophobic qualities, meaning it would repel water. This would be useful as it would prevent the filter from adsorbing moisture from the lips. In addition to this, mycelium has a flame retardant property, making it safer to use. Although this material's perishability may be a downside for some uses, we are taking advantage of it as the lifespan of this single-use filter is quite short and aims to be biodegraded after use. This project aims to use local agricultural waste as substrate, exploiting lignin-rich byproducts obtained from the production of hemp, barley, soybean, or rice. Several sources have had fruitful outcomes using these raw materials for mycelial growth. The scalability of this project has big potential, as all the required technology for developing a massive scale production is already being used in a diverse array of industries. In consequence, there are a variety of products derived from mycelium already in the market. These products appeal to environmentally aware consumers as they mitigate the environmental impact brought by their habits. We know the harmful impact of cigarette butt pollution on our lives, and our ecosystem is undeniable. It is urgent to come up with alternatives that reduce it on every possible level. Although we cannot change the population's habit of smoking, together we can drastically reduce the impact that it is generating. This project has the potential to grow into a real support towards environmental pollution mitigation. Every step we take towards sustainability, no matter how little, will take us closer to a better future. We must keep working to develop new ways of producing materials which are respectful of the environment. We are not just committed to making a change, we will grow that change.
All right, let's get some questions from our judges. Judges, anyone have any questions? Harris, why don't you start us?
Yeah, that was a really great presentation. I was wondering if you had considered any of the negative health consequences of, inhalation of particles that are derived from mycelium. Certainly, kind of fungal reactions people may have.
Hi, thank you for the question. In the process of making the filters, the last step is to heat dry it so that it can be used for this purpose. So we don't really expect parts of the filter, in that case, to be inhaled. Also, taking in account the flame retardant properties and also the hydrophobic properties of mycelium. So we wouldn't expect that to happen while the filter is being used.
I guess I'm just concerned about spores that could be, even if it's heat inactivated, it could still cause a reaction on some people.
Oh, okay. In that case, we intend to use edible mushroom species such as shirgolas, we call it in Argentina, so that it doesn't represent a health issue or risk for while using it.
Great. Carrie, I saw you next.
Hi, nice presentation. Thanks all. I'm wondering if you've thought about the spate of fairly recent research that has shown that cigarette filters do very little to protect people from most of the toxins and small particles in smoke, and they might actually increase smoking rates. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, have you thought about that? Have you, considered, does it make sense to continue sort of this filter myth, albeit in a more potentially biodegradable way, or would it make more sense to educate the public and get rid of filters altogether?
Well, that's a pretty good question. Thank you. Yeah, during our research, we came up knowing that filters do pretty much nothing or little and only work on the bigger particles that are being inhaled during combustion, and its main purpose is actually like to cool down the smoke and to prevent the smoker from burning its fingers. So we thought about why a filter, or if it had a point to go towards this way in our project, but we think it's such a common habit that it's very difficult to attack or to change the habits of the population. And when it's regarding smoking, it's something that is really addictive, and it's really difficult to change it on the population. So we thought the main problem of this problematic was about the non-decomposition of the filter and the impact it had on the environment. So we wanted to tackle that directly with our project. Thank you.
Corinne.
Yes, I think I have one simple question, one kind of more speculative question. And the first one is, have you done a comparative unit cost price for your production system and the pathways for it compared to the unit cost to existing cigarettes? I'm just kind of curious about that, comparative unit cost. And then the other is, I thought it was really interesting to see this first project I've seen with air mycelium, I love the laser cut system you created. Have you thought of other applications? I'm still just thinking about the imagery you showed and just seeing that like airy network of mycelium crossing that chamber. And I'm just curious if you've thought about other applications as well. So thank you. Thank you for your great presentation.
Thank you for your question. We haven't exactly calculated how much it would cost to produce it, but we know it's a rather simple process in terms of resources. There's very little we need comparatively with the amount of plastic needed to create the regular filters. It will require a very little amount of water and space for the fungal to grow. So we believe it would be cheaper, or at least at the same cost that it's actually being made. And there's a lot of projects working with mycelium. We haven't thought specifically of another use for air mycelium in other contexts, but we believe it has great properties and that it can be used for a lot of projects, a lot of materials to maybe replace them or maybe improve them.
Thank you.
Great. Do any of our judges have any last questions? All right. Oh, Jean, why don't you go ahead? You missed out on a lot of earlier questions.
No, it's okay. I'm always late to the table today. Very interesting. And my question is, two things. Did anybody do a kind of comparison on the functionality of the existing cigarette butt as compared to the one you're proposing in terms of experience, draw, that kind of thing, right? The things that smokers would be looking for. And then the second question I have might be kind of obvious, but how are you going to keep people from throwing your product into the environment, right? Since you're swapping out the filter, could in fact your new product present problems at scale that now the sort of plastic cellulose does?
Thank you, Jean, for your question. We thought about the impact it would have for this type of filter to be tossed the same way acetate cellulose are tossed, and since it's a biodegradable material, it wouldn't remain in the environment the same way cellulose fibers remain. So in that aspect, it would be an advantage of this filter. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the first question?
The first question was really just functional. Yeah, it was just functional.
Yeah. We haven't had enough time to test the filters we were growing, but we intend to do this type of test and also some type of chromatography so we can have a clear sense of what compounds are retained in the filter after it's used. Thank you.
Great. Well, I think that's the end of our student presentations. I think Alex is going to come up and join me now on screen. There she is.
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone, again on the broadcast. We're done. We're done with day one. A round of applause to all the students. I can't wait to see the next 2 days. It's a super strong start. This has been wonderful. Thank you to all the students and instructors and the judges for being with us today. Thank you, Jean. Very few announcements. Just we'll be starting tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, so a little later than today. Viewers, you can watch from the same place you may have been watching today. It'll be on YouTube, but also on the BDC Summit page on our website. I hope you join us. And if you have any questions or comments for the students, always feel free to email us at our info@biodesignchallenge.org account. We love hearing from the community. So,
yes. Yeah. And don't forget to cast your vote for which project you think should win the Community Choice Prize. Maybe wait till you see all of them. But voting is going to end on Thursday, June 23rd at 12 p.m. Eastern. And you can get to the form through our Summit 2022 website. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.